All right, and Ms. Lev, if you want to present your argument, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. My understanding was that we were discussing the admissibility of a certified conviction for a non-testifying co-defendant. And of course, the court is aware that 24-803-22 allows for the judgment of a previous conviction, specifically evidence of a final judgment entered after a trial or upon a plea of guilty, adjudging a person guilty of a crime punishable by imprisonment in excess of 1 year to prove any fact essential to sustain the judgment. And this includes judgments against the defendant for whom the conviction is being offered, but not the other co-defendants, shall not be excluded by the hearsay rule, regardless of whether the declarant is available. That's 24-803-22. The prohibition in that statute is that it can't be used against the other co-defendants. And that is analogous, Your Honor, to a statement given to the police by a non-testifying co-defendant. That would be hearsay and would violate the confrontation clause of the other defendants. And so the way that the courts have dealt with those issues is that a limiting instruction, much like the one that I believe we presented to the court with respect to Shannon Stillwell's statement, has been given to the jury. And if we've not, my apologies, it was my understanding that we had. And that is what I'm forwarding to the court from Mr. Abate. Your Honor, also, as the court is aware, by way of analogy, I'm going to set the next example up. Overt acts are not necessarily even crimes. They don't need to be crimes in order to be overt acts that are said to further the conspiracy. Any overt act that has been committed by a non-testifying co-defendant, if we are to say that the unavailability of the person who is committing the act makes it a confrontation clause issue for any other defendants, then we would not be able to use overt acts in a conspiracy case against anyone. But of course, that's nonsensical. So what we do with respect to statements that do violate the confrontation clause or convictions of one defendant is that we give a limiting instruction, Your Honor. And so I would say that a limiting instruction and given 24-803-22 would suffice to allow us to introduce the certified conviction for Rodelius Ryan's murder. And I hope that I have not come in too fast and made no sense to the court.
Now I follow you. Okay, well, when I get the limiting instruction from the state, I'll take a look at that and the one submitted by Mr. Steele, because clearly that's what needs to be correct, because it's a complicated situation here. Does anybody else want to be heard on that issue?
Trying to get on my Lexus to see the statue. I'm having a little connectivity, slow internet issue.
It's slow, all right. I'm having the same issue. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Winford. How you doing, sir? Thank you for that stuff. eyes waiting on the court. Your Honor, and I did as you ordered, or requested, or suggested, whatever. And I worked on it a lot, and I hope it's helpful to the court. But I'd also like the court to take note. I think that everyone agrees on the law, so I'm not going into it is a Confrontation Clause violation if there's no way that this court is convinced that the jurors will limit the use against the person who tendered the plea or the verdict was reached. But I ask you to consider also Henderson, Henderson versus State. It's 317 Georgia 66. Your Honor, it's in Division 4A is in Elisa. That's 891 Southeast 2D 884. It's 2023 case. And what it talks about, it's a Bruton issue. And it's the U.S. Supreme Court just came out with the newest Bruton case last year. And the issue in Bruton is what used to happen as a court, and I'm very familiar with the court's background. The court probably knows all this, but it used to be a limiting instruction. So a person gives a statement, there's a limiting instruction. And then the court said, yes, jurors are presumed to follow the court's instruction, and jurors under oath are deemed or presumed to follow the rules. But the court said, sometimes it's just too much. So what happened then is Bruton became the rule that now we're going to redact any mention, direct mention, it could be influential, but any direct mention of another person on trial from the non-testifying co-indictee on trial's statement. So testimonial statement. And here, that was my struggle the whole time. It's not as simple as this statement can only be used against a person, because this is deliberation time. And it's an overt act. Mr. Ryan's case that the court is entertaining right now and permitting to go forward is an overt act. And what you're going to say, I believe, is that if the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt that an individual, I'll just use Mr. Williams, willfully and knowingly joined a conspiracy with others, one or more, then all of the conduct of anyone in that conspiracy can be used against Mr. Williams. But here you're going to have to, and that was my struggle, say, but not this overt act. So this overt act gets separated. And I know I've asked, and I believe the court is entertaining separate verdict forms for everyone. So that will assist. I say you could remove that overt act from a verdict form. But it's the deliberation. So the jurors presumably go back and deliberate. I'm just using Mr. Ryan's name because it's the issue here. And they're talking about what's going on now in these several days of testimony. And then they're going to hear potentially the jury verdict. And then the jurors will be deliberating Mr. Williams and say, God forbid, he's part of the conspiracy. And then somebody's going to have to say, but now we can't use that verdict of that other jury. So let's erase that from our blackboard or our notes or deliberations. And I think that gets complicated. Then you're going to have the same issue with Mr. Kendrick. And Your Honor, the predecessor judge denied our objections to this evidence, gave no limiting instruction, said he would deal with that later. He understood it was an issue, but deal with it later. And Mr. Stillwell's guilty plea, or pleas, I believe that there are several, have come in without any type of instruction yet. So that is going to have to be dealt with. And Mr. Nichols has at least one guilty plea, maybe more, but I believe one guilty plea that has come in the same way over the objection of timely objection, and the predecessor court stated that it would be dealt with later. So I don't believe at this point in time where we are, I tried my best. I did this several times. I gave you what I think is fair to everyone. I tried to be fair to Mr. Ryan and Mr. Kendrick in the instruction, but I don't believe, like in Bruton, I believe at some point it's just asking too much. So my objection is to admit the evidence since we're in a joint trial. Now, typically it's a severance. Severance would do it away, but that's in the breast of this honorable court, but I'm not looking for a severance. I mean, personally, I'm just telling, I don't want to leave this jury right now. That's my issue.
Okay, so what you sent me, and I appreciate that, is about Mr. Kendrick's guilty, oh, I see. Step.
I merged them, and
Get
I
to the
understand it's now
same.
Mr. Ryan, so you're going to have to, if you like it or use
Okay.
any part of it, you're going to have to flip it. but
Okay.
I just gave both.
All right, and when do we expect, if it comes in, the trial conviction of Mr. Ryan to come in?
Your Honor, it may come in today, but if the court will permit, I'd like to also address something that I just heard said that I think is important with respect to the use of these overt acts against the other defendants. There's nothing in the law that supports the proscription on the use of those overt acts. In other words, like I said earlier, if it's an overt act that has been committed by someone else, there's nothing, even if it's a co-defendant who's not testifying.
But, I mean, I think the problem there is our confrontation clause problem. How do you get around that?
Your Honor, the same way, and we did also submit to the court a brief.
Well, I haven't gotten any of what you submitted. I don't know where it is in the ether, but maybe y'all could send that again.
Okay, we submitted a brief on overt acts. And
That I do have, yes.
okay, and that partially is addressed here, but previously with respect to the confrontation clause, in the same way that when we dealt with a statement given to the police by a non-testifying co-defendant, Your Honor, the courts have been clear that a limiting instruction is what is necessary. So if we are approving,
That's a whole lot different, though, than, I mean, I hear you saying that the fact of Mr. Ryan's conviction of murder is something that can be introduced against and used against as an overt act all of these co-defendants, despite the fact that as to them, they weren't parties at that trial and so never got to cross-examine any of the evidence that is what resulted in Mr. Ryan's conviction. So how do you get around, that's a clear confrontation clause issue. How do you get around that and just be able to say, oh yeah, no, that can be considered against them as well in this trial?
Your Honor, I guess I would analogize it to, say, for instance, the posting by, I'll use, for instance, Diamante Kendrick of his picture saying Maniac is back on January 10th after Donovan Thomas is killed, right? So no one can cross-examine can cross-examine Diamante Kendrick.
But that's a statement by a co-conspirator.
Or the statement that Diamante Kendrick gave the police, or the statement that Shannon Stillwell gave the police, or any other piece of evidence. The point that I'm making is that evidence that is used to prove an overt act, which does not even have to be a crime. So
I understand that. Let's not go down that. Let's focus on the issues at hand.
evidence that is used to prove an overt act can be used against, in this case, under 803.22 or 24.803.22 can be used against Mr. Ryan, can be attributed to him,
Sure. No, nobody, I don't think, disputes that it can be used against Mr. Ryan.
Right.
I thought you were saying you think it can be used against everybody else, despite the fact that it's a conviction. If used to prove anything against anybody other than the person convicted, is testimonial, and therefore presents us with a confrontation clause issue.
No, what I was saying was that it constitutes an overt act committed by Mr. Ryan. And an overt act does not have to be committed by.
I know, but how are you getting around confrontation clause?
Because it's not, there's nothing for either of them to confront. It's an act that was committed by, if we use nothing else.
No. Okay. So if you just, in this trial, reprove that he committed murder, although then the jury has to make that determination, then sure, that evidence, everybody gets to confront whatever evidence you present here. It can be used against everybody. If you say, here's a certified copy of Mr. Ryan's jury trial conviction for murder, none of the other co-defendants got to confront the evidence that resulted in that conviction. So that's what makes it testimonial. It's here's the conviction. Here is this fact. It is established. And no one got to confront that other than Mr. Ryan, of course. So it's the conviction. It's here's another jury saying this is a fact. So if you don't use that, then whatever you use to prove it here, sure, that can be used against everybody because they all get to confront your evidence here in this trial where they are parties. Do you see the difference?
Your Honor, I do.
Okay.
To a very large extent, and I'm in line with the court for the most part. I'm having a problem, and I hope that the court forgives me for that. With that last portion, the idea that it's a piece of evidence that they can't confront, and therefore the whole act can't be used
It's a
against.
finding by another jury of fact that they haven't been able to confront. So
if I,
how do you get around the confrontation clause issue? Yes, sir. And
I'm sorry.
is somebody going to send me what you proposed as a limiter?
I'll send it again. 'Cause I just
Okay.
sent it.
And I apologize. I know I walked in.
Okay, it came through. Thank you. Yep. All right.
I just want
Yes,
to make
sir.
sure I'm hearing the court correctly, so we're all on the same page. So as it relates to the certified conviction, the limiting instruction would just relate to just that. But the evidence that we presented here in court as it relates to the murder that Mr. Ryan and Mr. Blaylock were convicted of, the evidence that's been presented here in court today, we can argue that as it relates to all the defendants, correct?
That would be my position.
Okay.
I mean, don't know that anybody can argue against that. Now's your chance.
Well, I would like to.
But yeah, I mean, yeah. So yes, that is, everybody accepts that as the law, even if they don't like it.
And so, Your Honor, if much in the same way that there is a piece, for instance, someone admitted that they committed a crime, like Mr. Kendrick admitted that he and Mr. Arnold were going to go retaliate against a rival gang member. Say that piece, that fact is something that they cannot confront, but the overt act that they actually were going to go committed, that we show evidence of, all of that evidence is admissible against everyone. But Mr. Kendrick's statement, which they cannot confront, which is establishing a fact that goes to prove this overt act, they cannot confront it. And the courts have held that even in a conspiracy case, under those circumstances, that statement can be used with the limiting instruction. That's why I began with the fact that it's analogous.
Okay, so I think we're all generally on the same page about that. It's what does the limiting instruction need to say?
That's what I.
All right, so yes.
I'm not on the same page.
Are you on the same page with what I'm saying?
I am, this is a little different in my mind. I thought I was on the same page, but that last statement, I'm not on
Well,
the same
you
page.
know, that's not the issue we're facing anyway, so it doesn't really matter whether we're on the same page about that. Are you on the same page? I mean, what I have said so far, do you agree that that's the law
Yes.
Okay.
I think the difference is, and I think Mr. Steele articulated this as well, is when you have a guilty plea that deals with an overt act, that is a little different than a statement as part of the overt act, and it makes the ability to draft a limiting instruction that is workable exponentially
I
higher.
agree.
Okay, all right.
I agree. That's why I've been asking y'all basically since I took over this case to come up with something so
Right.
that we could have something to work on. But of course, I'm getting it the day that the evidence is coming in, which frankly, it is not going to be able to come in before lunch because I'm not going to have time to sit and try to
Judge,
put it
that's-
all together before lunch.
And
So,
Your Honor, if I
okay.
may,
Yeah.
we don't have to even introduce that today. We can introduce that whenever the court tells us that, we've had enough time to litigate it.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, with regard to the Looney Lee evidence, were y'all able to sort out the rest of that? I don't know if there was anything left over from last night. I think maybe there were a couple of things you were still looking at.
Yes, Your Honor. So I need, and what I was going to do right now is there's a 10-page PDF that the state has whittled down
Okay,
the Instagram threads that they would be intended on using. And so I think this should be able to be emailed to all parties. So I'm going to send it to everyone right now. And if someone's email doesn't receive it, just let me know.
okay. So I'm looking now at the state's proposed limiting instruction, which is basically just like a version of our pattern limiter for things. And it's not particularly helpful because it doesn't address any of the nuances. So if there's any way y'all could beef that up to try to address the nuances of what it is we're dealing with, I would appreciate that. Mr.
Excuse me.
Harvey.
Yes, Judge. I spoke with Mr. Atkins yesterday with regard to some of the Winnie Lee Instagrams,
Okay.
and I don't know whether that was part of what he proposed to send everybody. Mr. Atkins?
Yes, Your Honor. And Mr. Harvey's correct. This has came up before where there's a Instagram handle that is, I believe, /QUA.
Okay.
And so Mr. Harvey was indicating that if that portion, which it is included, that thread in the reduced Rooney Lee Instagram,
Uh-huh.
if that were to get introduced to discuss, to not either a stipulation or something for the jury that, to the state's knowledge, does not believe.
Well, that's fine. Do y'all have a
It is in
stipulation
reference-
or will you have a stipulation by the time it comes in, if it's going to come in?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to, and I think I'd have time to
Okay.
speak with Mr. Harvey and also probably Mr. Matthews about that.
All right,
That's right.
great. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I do have some objections to some of the Wooney Lee exhibits. Specifically, there's two. There's a picture of my client wearing a trench coat, a denim trench coat, and it's a post, presumably by, yes, OG Bull is the post is under, and it says, "Ain't none more compatible than a trench, a carbon, while in the trenches," and then some hashtags, Freequay, NSLB, 2Bs, life size, and it says booking riches on the way. I get that these are allegedly my client's statements. They're statements by a party opponent to deal with the hearsay issues. However, in my time trying cases, the way I've always thought of it is if there's a picture, say, and there's no picture of a gun here, but I'm just using that as an analogy. If there's a picture of a gun with my client on social media, which there's no pictures of guns with Shannon, you would have to tie it to a specific crime. Otherwise, it's just bad character evidence, would have limited probative value and it would be excluded, presumably, or my argument would be excluded under 403. This is from September 18th, 2020. My client's charged with a murder in 2015. He's charged with a murder in 2022. So this is not close in time to any acts of violence that my client's alleged to have committed. And I acknowledge that ain't none more compatible than a trench of carbon while in the trenches could be viewed as a reference to a firearm. I'm not denying that. But what's the purpose, and is it anything more than just bad character evidence that suggests my client's around firearms? I just don't see any connection to any of the allegations in this case. So that's the first objection.
All right.
And then I have one more.
What's the state's response? In what item of evidence is that?
It is in the Dropbox. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could help me out on that, what folder it's in?
I am pulling that up right now, Your Honor, to orient both defense counsel in the court. It should be in the two drop boxes where evidence for Rooney Lee was sent was the co-conspirator larger drop box and also the witnesses 31 through
The
60.
one that says Wooney Lee social media. Is this Instagram or what is this?
I believe it's in the Viverito folder, perhaps in the Jamari Holmes case.
Does somebody want to just put it on Zoom for me? That might be easier.
Yes, Your Honor. I will log into Zoom.
Okay, and then I'll need to hear the state's response. I need to log into Zoom also.
Yes, Your Honor.
Or no, I'm already.
I'm
there.
gonna, if the court permits, pull it up first and then
Sure. Is it Instagram or what is it?
I believe it's the Instagram. I should be clear, Your Honor. It is an overact listed in indictment, but from my perspective, that doesn't change the analysis. Just because the state alleges is an overact, if they allege an overact, a post that would fail 403 analysis, I don't believe that automatically makes it admissible. Just because they chose to plead it that way, they don't get to plead their ways out of the rules of evidence.
Your Honor, it is Act 115. Overt acts do not have to be crimes in and of themselves. I am
Betty knows that.
pulling up the Zoom now, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, if the court likes, the state can make argument where the state feels that, whether this is an overt act or not an overt act. Oh,
Hang on.
sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Whether this post furthers the conspiracy or not is what the parties respectfully will be arguing to the jury. And
Mhm.
so when and if this Instagram post gets admitted, the state has to connect it and prove to the jury that it's an overt act in firms of the conspiracy, and defense counsel, of course, can cross and argue that it's not. And so the state doesn't feel that the state at this time, unless this court wants more argument, feels that overt acts do not have to be crimes. This is Act 115. The state is alleging that this public Instagram post referencing firearms he says in the trenches, but having firearms is something that is an overt act of the conspiracy.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the 403 objection on that. What's the next one?
Make sure that I preserve 801D2B an 801D2B objection with regard to that particular statement.
All right, well, that's overruled as well, but preserved.
Thank you.
The other one, Your Honor, is it's a verse from a song performed, a very good song by my client. And it was, and this has been litigated, full disclosure, but I just want Your Honor to understand the argument because it was litigated in front of the prior judge. Mr. Stillwell in his song says, I beat a murder rap. He was on bond. He had requested a speedy trial. There was all sorts of things. He ends up on bond. It's been years since he's been arrested. He says, I beat a murder rap, paid my lawyer 30 for that. I don't know how much he paid. It wasn't me. But somehow when we litigated it before, I beat a murder rap was deemed an admission. Like, I don't know. I've asked a lot of people this. When you say I beat a murder rap, and universally, I figured maybe it's just me that I'm analyzing it wrong. Universally, everyone said to me, no, it just means you were charged and you beat it. It's not saying that you did it
Yeah,
and
I
you
agree with
beat it.
that. I think,
Well, I don't know how that's an admission.
okay, well, the jury hadn't been told it's an admission, have they?
Well, why is it admissible then? If it's not an admission, it's just a song saying I
No,
was
it's an
arrested.
admission in evidentiary terms, like an admission by a party opponent. It is not, I would not view it necessarily as an admission that I committed murder and then got away with it. But that's not what we mean evidentially when we say it's admissible under the rules of evidence as an admission. It's an admission by a party opponent, which it is that. So,
Except when we've been dealing with lyrics, and these are lyrics, we've been cognizant of First Amendment.
yes, and
Right.
everybody gets a right to say whatever they want, within the bounds of the First Amendment. But if that is also something that might be able to incriminate them in some manner, then, that's the choice they made.
Okay. Well, I would just like to reiterate my objection under relevance in 403 because
All right.
historically saying I was arrested and I beat it, I just don't see the relevance of that. But I understand the court's ruling.
Okay. What else? Okay. So was there a second Wooney Lee item?
Your Honor, I think we just addressed at least the two that Mr. Sharp.
Okay, there weren't any that Mr. Ryan
Oh,
had
well,
issue with.
I will not speak for, they may have issue with the reduced, I just sent to the parties
He just sent it.
the,
5
that-
minutes ago.
it's so that they may have objections to what the state wants to.
All right, when are
in
we going to
Sunday.
be getting to it?
I personally think he would come up tomorrow. He could technically come up today, Your Honor.
Okay, so look at it over the lunch hour
Yes, Your Honor.
or now if you can, but all right, let's just make sure that we circle back on that before.
And yes, we will have objections.
Okay,
It's only 10 pages though, so it shouldn't take too long.
all right. Are we ready for the jury then? No? We have a juror who is late, but should be here very shortly.
I think also, Judge, there were 2 additions to the state's.
Oh, yes, thank you. So there were a couple of witnesses that y'all were asking not be shown. And those are additional witnesses, right? Let me find my.
Your Honor, we
witness list.
addressed the court, we addressed Mr. Harvey and myself were at the bench, the 3 witnesses the state had requested.
Right.
And so I believe that in terms of who should be shown,
Y'all sent an email, what, last night? Asking, this was Miss Hilton about last name Coppage and last name Henderson
That's correct, Judge.
not be filmed?
That was
Yes,
sent.
Your Honor. With respect.
So that, they're both on the witness list already
they
for
are-
this week. You're just asking consideration be given that they also not be filmed.
Yes, Your Honor. And I don't believe that either of those witnesses will be, I know they won't be before lunch. They may not be before the end of today. As a matter of fact, there's a 99% chance they won't be before the end of today.
Okay, and y'all all have the email, right, that provides the rationale?
Yes, Your Honor, we do have the email.
Anybody gonna object to them not being filmed?
Well, I'm going to generally object. However, I'd like to get some clarification from the prosecution regarding the coppage from the information that was presented in the
All right, why
email.
don't we do that at the bench?
Okay.
Y'all come on up.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Good morning. How y'all doing? Let's get the likes up. How y'all doing? Good morning. See, Miss Love is back. I see we got some new pictures, some more stuff they want in. Okay, y'all. I got Zoom court right now. I'm making my coffee. I'm in Zoom court and I'll be right back. Shout out to Dallas. Love y'all. Like the live, share the live. Let's get at least 600 people in here today. Come on. Oh my God, this is what we're doing again. It's making my head hurt. I can do this during lunch. Cause right now I'm doing jail visits. I'm waiting on my client to come to the screen. And I'm about to make some coffee while I wait for that.
All right, I have. Who are we waiting on? Mr. Steele. Okay. All right. Yeah. No, I was going to, but I'm not. Do we have everybody now? All right, I think we've got somebody for everybody now. All right, in the few minutes that we had the recess, I have been taking a very preliminary first stab at the jury instruction that Mr. Steele begrudgingly provided the court to work on. And I am going to send that to Ms. Persifield to email out to all of y'all. And I would like for anybody who wants to, including, I'm going to require the state to take a look at the jury instruction as preliminarily modified by the court from Mr. Steele and really try to work on the nuance of what it is that the jury needs to understand. And I'm not sure that, okay. Mr. Steele, your instruction was going to tell the jury, you can't consider either the guilty plea of Mr. Kendrick or the jury conviction of Mr. Ryan in any way in determining whether anybody else is guilty, basically, of the RICO count. And so that's the difficult part that we need to parse out and be able to explain well, because this is evidence that Mr. Kendrick committed that particular overt act. And it is evidence that Mr. Ryan committed that particular overt act. That's a fact. How that can be used, if at all, in considering anybody else's RICO count is what we need to be specific and correct in explaining to the jury. And so I need y'all to take a look at, what it is right now and try to get that crystallized for me.
Your Honor, when the court asked me to make it more specific and nuanced, that's what I was sitting here working on. So if the court wants me to not work individually and work from the one that the court sent,
I mean, I'll send it to you. If you find it to be helpful, work on that. If you
Okay.
want to send yours separately as well, and
Okay.
that's great. And I'll just try to
Okay.
take the best of all of them and put it all together. But I'd
Okay.
really appreciate y'all's assistance
Thank
on
you.
those. And believe me, this is not anywhere near in final form. it's just what I had a chance to do in the last few minutes. All right, I think we are ready for the jury. So
Can I
if we
make
want
one-
to, huh?
Oh, I
Yes.
apologize, Miss.
No, go ahead.
No, no, no.
Um,
Mr. Bassi stood up.
If your honor will allow, I will be asking at some portion to have a few minutes just to speak with a potential witness of the state. He did not appear yesterday because he was in custody. He's brought over today and the sheriff's office is trying to locate him. So I've not had access to him.
Okay,
I will
okay.
need a few minutes.
Okay. What's our order going to be after Miss Smith?
Your Honor, I think that it would be about the third witness down
Okay.
that Ms.
All right,
Bassi wants
just-
to speak to.
Kind of let me know and hopefully that'll align with one of our breaks anyway. Okay, so reminder that this next witness, Ms. Smith, is not to be filmed, and y'all be careful when you focus on the video boards too. So let's get her in and then we'll get the jury in.
Your Honor, can I
I'm
just make
sorry,
one
wait,
more?
I'm sorry, Mr. Steele, you had something also.
Just for your hopeful put on your thought process. I also believe, though, that Mr. Kendrick's guilty plea to the gang involvement, he pled
Right.
to a gang count, that's what we're dealing with now. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Williams are indicted in counts, I'm going to tell you 56, 57, 58.
Right.
I may be wrong on the numbers, together. And that guilty plea, it's not only for the RICO overt act, but it also goes to those counts too, because I don't want the jurors to use, well, Mr. Kendrick admitted through a guilty plea that he was part of a criminal street gang YSL. So that has to be
Did he actually
incorporated.
admit it was YSL?
Yes, that's part of
They're
the
gonna know
issue.
that from what they get presented?
I
Um,
don't think, we did not list YSL in the indictment, on that previous indictment.
Right.
I think you did.
No,
have to
I
check
just
it.
looked at the indictment. It doesn't say YSL in the indictment. that
Okay,
he
well, that's
pled.
better. I did not.
Okay.
Memory's different, but if you looked, then I'm wrong, I'm sure.
Yeah, I just looked like 2 seconds ago. So it's not. It may be in the guilty plea transcript, but that's not going to them anyway. Okay. Let's get the witness and then the jury. We can be doing both at the same time.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Okay. So yesterday on Direct, you said that you used to hang out at Bolly's house?
Excuse me?
Yesterday on Direct, you said you used to hang out at Bolly's house? And you used to hang out on the 3rd floor?
It
I
was
think you,
everywhere, all over the house,
okay, so you used to hang out on the bottom floor, the main
all over
house.
the house.
And so it's a 3-story house?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Okay. And there's a door on the 3rd floor, right?
I'm not sure. I really don't remember.
Okay. The mom walked out of the door when she was on the 3rd floor?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Okay. So you testified on direct that when you went outside that night, you got into BJ's car, right?
Correct.
And then he drove you, Tahira, Red, Jamari across the street
Yes.
because Tahira told you that there's a weed man over there?
Yes.
And then when the car stopped, Tahira got out the car to go buy some weed.
Yes.
And then she came back and got you and told you somebody wants to talk to you.
Correct.
And you're not familiar with that area.
No, I'm
You
not.
don't know anybody there.
No, I don't.
So you got out the car to go talk to somebody who you don't know in an unfamiliar area?
Yes, because I was scared. I didn't know what was going to go on.
And then that's when you say you saw Lil Rod and Bali running and shooting, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with what was previously marked as States Exhibit 11, November. Your Honor, may I approach? You may. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you a copy of this exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to mark it as Defense Exhibit 1RR. I'm going to use this with you. And I want you to mark where you saw Lil Rod with an R. Use a sticker and write an R and put it on the blue copy. And then I want you to get another sticker and mark where you saw Bali with a B using the sticker. And then with the 3rd sticker, I want you to mark where the charger was stopped with a C. I'm gonna get that from you, okay? Oh, use the sticker.
Write it on there.
Write the letters on the sticker. And then can you also put an M where you were hiding in the bushes?
The bush is right there. You can see it.
Can you put the sticker on it? And I'll move to I'll move to admit this as Defense Exhibit 1, Romeo into evidence.
It's admitted.
So now we're going to move on to your police interview after you were picked up, okay? Now, on direct yesterday, you said that you and BJ were friends, right?
I knew him, yeah.
Since 5th grade?
Yeah.
And you also told the detective that BJ put a gun to your head that night, correct?
Yes.
And you told so many other stories that the detective asked you if you knew the difference between a truth and a lie.
Yes.
In the first couple of hours of that interview, you kept saying that there was one shooter, true?
Yes, I did.
You said BJ was shooting, correct?
Yes, I did. I said a couple stuff. I was shook up. I was scared. I didn't know what to say. I never been in no situation like that before.
Okay. And then towards the end of the police interview, Detective Hogan told you what he thought happened, right?
Correct.
And then after Detective Casey told you, this is the time for you to sing your ass off, because if not, you're going to find your ass in fucking jail with these fools, right?
Correct.
And that's when you started adopting Detective Hogan's version that there were two shooters.
Yes.
And then that's when you started saying that there was a big gun.
It's never no big guy.
Big gun.
A big gun?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember.
And that's when you started putting Lil Rod in your story, correct?
Yes.
So let's fast forward to the previous hearing in September of 2021 when you provided testimony, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the first time anybody ever heard about you being trapped on this bottom floor, correct?
No.
Who'd you tell?
I told the police.
You told Detective Hogan?
No, I told the police when they came to get me. Where I was, inside the house.
So you told them on the way to the police station that you were trapped in a house?
No, I told my mom over the phone.
You
That's
told
how
your
the-
mother?
Yes, that's how the police knew where I was.
Okay. And did Detective Hogan bring that up during your interview?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
So would it refresh your memory to look at your prior testimony from your prior hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. That looks like a pretty big binder. Are you going to point her to something in particular? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I'm not gonna have her flipping ring. Yeah. No.
That's good.
No. Would you go to page 866? And then to yourself, read lines 6 through 13
To myself?
to yourself. And when you're done reading, you can just close the book and, or just look up. So I know that you're done. You're done.
I
Okay.
looked at it.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes, it do.
So you never told anybody that you were trapped in that basement?
Yes, I did. I told you I told my mom.
And yesterday was the first time anybody heard about Bali attacking you, correct?
Correct.
You kept that secret for about, what, 2019, 20, 21, 22, like 5, 6 years?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that you changed your past testimony several times about who had a gun that night?
No,
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at the transcript?
I mean, if you want to put it up, that's cool. I'll look at it and refresh my memory if that's what you want to do.
Okay. So let's start with where you said Lil Rod had a gun. Go to page 809.
Can y'all approach for just a second?
Did that refresh your memory?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you said Lil Rod had a gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's go to sorry. And you said that several times that he had a gun, right?
Both of them had guns.
Okay. But then you also testified you didn't see anybody shooting that night, correct? You have to
Correct.
say it for the record.
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified that you didn't see any guns that night, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then also, while you were on that bottom floor, you just found a random phone?
Yeah, it was a phone at the house.
And there wasn't a passcode to get in the phone?
I don't remember, but I could call somebody, so apparently it wasn't.
But you didn't call 911 to let them know that you were trapped in this basement?
Nope, I called my grandma and my mom first. And by the time I called my mom, 911 was at her house.
And when you were on the phone with your grandmother and your mother, you told them, I just saw a shooting?
No, when I called my mama was yelling and screaming, telling me homicide at her door.
Court's indulgence. Your Honor, thank you.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness?
May I retrieve my?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
All right, is there redirect?
Very briefly, Judge.
Sure.
Good morning, Ms. Smith.
Good morning.
So, on cross, do you remember the defense counsel asking you about when you told the detectives at the beginning, when you started your interview, that you didn't see any guns or anybody shooting? You ever asked that question?
Yes, I lied a couple times.
Can you tell the jury?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, is that better?
Not really. You may either have to pick it up or use the lapel mic.
All right, so let me start over. So do you remember defense counsel asking you on cross a few seconds ago, a few minutes ago, about at the beginning of your interview with the detectives, that you said that you didn't see anybody shooting and you didn't see any guns? Do you remember her asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why you said that at the beginning part of your interview when you were speaking with Detective Hogan and Detective Casey?
The reason I lied a couple of times was because I was shook up. I never been in no situation like that.
And can you tell the jurors or explain to them when you say you were shook up, why were you so shook up?
Because like I was still around him. Like during the situation, after they did what they did, I was still with them. I couldn't go nowhere until the police came.
When you say them, are you talking about Lil Rod, Valley, or Blaylock?
Yes,
And your friend, Ms. Brazy?
yes.
And were you shook up because Ms. Brazy had set you and Jamari?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Were you shook up because Ms. Brazy had set you and the people in the blue Charger up?
Yes.
And did you know anything about the fact that she was going to do that?
No, I didn't.
Hold that mic closer to you, Mr. Body.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Now, Miss Williams asked you, or she phrased her question after Detective Hogan told you something that you just adopted it. Is that what you did when you were speaking with the detective and you decided to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And were you telling the truth, or were you just telling the detective exactly what he said?
I mean, I was telling some bit of the truth, but I was still lying.
Okay. And when you told the detective that you saw Little Rod and Bally run up and start shooting at the Charger, were you telling the truth?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury, based on, you said you had known BJ since what, 5th grade?
Mm-hmm.
And in your interactions with BJ and Red and Jamari, can you tell the jurors, were they all pretty close friends?
I never knew
Speculation. Yesterday she said she didn't.
Overruled.
I don't.
She
I
said-
knew BJ. I didn't know the rest of them.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask my question again, maybe be a little more clear. You remember you talked about yesterday, you got into the Charger, remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And when you were in the Charger, did you kind of witness and talk with and interact with BJ, Jamari, and Red in the car?
I can't really remember. I just know I was in the car with them.
Okay, and
But I know me and BJ had a conversation like about getting weed or whatever like that.
okay, and during the conversation and while you were in the car, was everybody interacting with each other, in a friendly way?
I mean, I really don't remember, to be honest.
Okay,
I just know the whole time Brazy was talking, leading him to the apartments. That's it.
and that's okay. Do you remember also during your interview with Detective Hogan, he asked you, we talked about yesterday, but he asked you about BJ's Instagram handle or user ID. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember what you told Detective Hogan BJ's Instagram user ID was?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury?
I don't remember like exactly the name I told him, but I told him a name.
Okay, you remember telling him a name?
I do, but I don't.
Okay. Do you remember telling him that his Instagram handle was for Lil Joker?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I just have a few more questions. So when defense counsel asked you some additional questions about, as Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy were talking to you about what happened, do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Williams asked you about whether you were just saying things because they had said it to you. Do you remember her asking you that?
Could you say it another way?
Let me ask you this. When you told Detective Hogan and Detective Tracy that you saw Little Rod and Bally shooting, was
Mhm.
that because you saw it, or is that because they gave you some impression that they knew that they...
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I actually saw it because for one, they never got in the car with us to know where we was going. For two, when we ran through the breezeway, I saw them shooting their guns at the car, literally.
And my last question is, back when this occurred, back in February of 2019, can you tell the jurors, how old were you back then?
I don't remember.
How old are you now again?
23.
Okay, and this was roughly 5 years ago? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, any recross?
Just one, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Did Lil Rod have the big gun?
I don't remember. I just know they both had guns.
That's it, thank you.
All right.
Can I go use the restroom, please?
It's not going to be much longer. Hang on just a
Okay.
second. I mean, no, this is it something that came up in the redirect or recross? Well, if it came up in direct, then you should have asked to cross. Go ahead.
Just one or two questions for you.
Okay.
So BJ, that's the gentleman that you known for 5th grade or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. BJ threatened you, right?
Mm-hmm.
BJ, and then after that threat was made, then your house was shot up. Is that right? Afterwards.
I really can't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember the threat, then the house getting shot?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Does the state have anything based on that?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. You can go ahead and you're free to go. Call your next witness.
Can we get posted for a quick second?
Yes. and which witness is going to take which amount of time, et cetera, who can get here when. So I think we're going to take our morning break right now. And then I know we hadn't been here very long today, but we're going to go ahead and take our morning break, and then we'll get back with some more witness testimony. All right, we'll take our recess, and Misty Williams and Miss Abassi, they'll arrange for you to be able to speak with that witness or witnesses, and obviously anybody else that needs to as well.
And just so everybody knows, so the court is aware, that was a great suggestion by the court. We're going to get Mr. Hiles down here. Mr. Hiles will be next, and that will allow the sheriff's department to get everyone they need situated for the two people who are staying with them, and then we can move forward that way.
Okay. But I'd like for them to be able to go ahead and, if they can, talk to those two witnesses during this break.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, great. Mr. Hiles is ready to walk in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get the jury out.
No. That's gonna be.
And your witness can be making his way in as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, what was the answer about whether y'all were going to be calling anybody on the 1 through 50 list besides Arnold? Do you know?
Your Honor,
It may be that Mr. Abadi looked at that.
may I, or can we give the court an answer?
Sure.
lunch
After
hour?
lunch? Yeah.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Yeah. And Mr. Hiles, you can be making your way to the witness stand while they get situated. Thank you.
OMG, y'all, this is my favorite ADA ever. I love him, y'all. His name is Reeves. I love him. He's so smart.
Thank you. Can you swear our next witness?
Brian, you swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Absolutely. You state and spell your first and last name.
My first name is Reeves, Rives. My last name is Hiles, Hiles.
Good morning, Mr. Hiles. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Doing well. Can you tell the jury where you work?
So I am currently employed as a Chief Senior Assistant DA at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, and I am currently assigned to the gang unit.
Can you give the jury a brief overview of when you came to work for the DA's office?
Yes, so I started working at the DA's office in August of 2017. And then in November of 2018, I was moved to the gang unit. I have more or less been in the gang unit since then, outside of an 8-month window where I was assigned to some special projects and some courtroom coverage in the domestic violence unit.
And briefly, what do you do currently in the gang unit?
I'm assigned 4 different courtrooms. And so I handle the gang cases that are randomly assigned to those particular courtrooms after indictment. But I also work closely with the local law enforcement agencies to maintain current knowledge on criminal street gangs that we prosecute. I assist with investigations, reviewing social media records, reviewing phone extractions, really both participating in the investigation and also making prosecutorial decisions whether or not to proceed with certain cases.
You had mentioned social media. Can you tell the jury what experience you've had working with social media records?
Yes. So, especially ever since I got to the gang unit, the social media has been an invaluable tool, especially when it comes to gang prosecution, as far as evidentiary value, because of both the
Sustained.
Can you describe for the jury what experience you have reviewing social media records?
So my experience is oftentimes social media records are obtained as part of the investigation, and these records are oftentimes voluminous. And so I would navigate through all of the media that is obtained in those social media returns, and it's kept in a very different order than it would be displayed to a user interface for these social media platforms, whether it be Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, or any of the others.
And specifically with reviewing social media records, in your experience, have you ever had to request additional social media records once you have been reviewing a case or working on a case after law enforcement gave it to the DA's office?
Yes, so it's very common to for our office to request additional information. Oftentimes, the Instagram original returns are a very small window around the dates of a crime. And when we review those Instagram records, oftentimes we find evidence of other crimes or patterns of crimes. And so we expand.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. I was not. So, Mr. Howes, can you tell the jury?
It's very common to find probable cause to get.
All right, that's irrelevant, frankly.
Your Honor,
Let's get to the point.
Yes, Your Honor. I was not trying to elicit that.
I know you weren't,
Yes, Your
but
Honor. Mr. Howes, can you describe for the jury? I want to talk specifically about Instagram. Do you have familiarity with Instagram?
Yes.
And ballpark, how many Instagram records have you reviewed in your time working in the district attorney's office on any type of case?
I would say over 300 returns plus. It's hard to put a ballpark on it, but it's very common.
Now, in general, and did I cut you off?
No.
In general, in case there's any jurors who may not know, can you describe in general Instagram and what kind of applications are on it for users of that social media? Just a brief overview of Instagram itself.
Okay. So yes, so Instagram is obviously a social media app. You can post pictures. You can direct message for communications. You can post different stories. So everything that's posted on Instagram is kept by, I guess now it would be Meta, the parent company, and is digitally stored. And it will be stored until it is either deleted or if it is set to expire. Some of the stories that are posted on Instagram are only visible for about a 24-hour period. And if those stories expire before the records are obtained, then that data is not kept.
And you had mentioned Meta. Is that what used to be called Facebook?
Yes.
And when you request record, can you describe for the jury what's the process to get records from Instagram?
Sure. So in order to get the records from Instagram, there is a law enforcement portal for which law enforcement can request a preservation of an account. So that means that any data that is currently active or posted on that account will be preserved by the parent company Meta. And even if it is deleted off of the page of that user, if there is a preservation request in place, that data will be kept. It might not be present on the user's interface if it's deleted for others to see, but the company keeps it. And so a preservation request lasts for 90 days. So anything that was posted during that preservation request or posted before so that had not been deleted will be preserved by Meta at that time. And you have a 90-day window at that point that everything's preserved, and you have the option to extend it one time for an additional 90 days. Now, after a preservation request has been made, then a law enforcement officer would have to craft a search warrant outlining the probable cause needed to get that information. And they would have to specifically request the types of files and information that they would like to receive. Meta is only going to respond to what is requested for. So if you leave out that you want messages, direct messages between certain parties, then if that's not in the search warrant, then it won't be provided over. So you have to detail every piece of information that you would like.
Now, I want to unpack something. If you're working a case, you request Instagram records of John Doe. Is John Doe going to know that a preservation request was put on their Instagram account?
They will not.
And if records get sent, will they know that law enforcement has obtained their records?
Objection, Your Honor, cautious speculation.
Overruled.
So it depends. And the reason it depends is that you have, if there is a sealing order, so there's a packet that has to be reviewed and signed by the judge. So if a sealing order is included with that request and the judge reviews and signs the sealing order, or a non-disclosure order, that means that Meta or Facebook, Instagram, those will not notify. However, if that is not included, you will get a notification from Meta that those records are going to be turned over and the party will be notified.
Now, I want to ask you a couple questions about Instagram itself. So how does Instagram retain records? Is it by your name, your email, your address? How are those records kept?
I think it might be easier to explain if you have the records.
That sounds like a perfect idea. And Your Honor, before asking that, I wanted to introduce the following records pursuant to the certified business record exception. So Your Honor, for the record, going to be introducing 2 November, and Your Honor, all of the business record certs are the preceding number and an R as in Romeo.
All right.
So 2 November, 2 November Alpha, 3 November, 3 November Alpha, 3 November Bravo, 4 and 5 November, 5 November Alpha, 6 November at this time, Your Honor.
All right.
And you would be admitted with objections as previously discussed.
All right, those are admitted and the objections preserved. I need you to be on the mic, Mr. Harvey, so everybody can hear you.
Subject to our potential announcement earlier, Mr. Atkins and I, is that right?
I do not believe that will arise, or that will not arise at this current stage. Mr.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
Judge will submit also a written stipulation. She's
great.
clarifying.
Thank you. All right.
I'm going to set these up at the witness stand, Your Honor. And Mr. Howes, I want to ask you too, were you ever asked to review Instagram records related to the February 23rd, 2019 murder of Jamari Holmes?
Yes, I was.
And how did that come about? Who requested you to look through those?
I can't remember who exactly requested me to look through those. I believe it was the deputy of the gang unit at that time, who would have been Miss Kara Convery. At that time, I was on a special project where I was only reviewing Instagram records for unindicted murders. And they were prepping this case. And they asked me to review specifically some Instagram records that were returned as a part of this investigation.
I don't think that really is here nor there. Overruled.
And what was the year that you began reviewing these records?
It would have been, I believe, end of summer, fall of 2021.
Okay. Now I'm going to publish and ask you some questions to get back to what we were just discussing in what has been admitted as 2 November. It's going to populate. If you want, we have that Mondo board to your far right. That may be the easiest. So you request records from Instagram, you get some records back. Can you describe for the jury, what is this target number at the top left? What does that pertain to?
Can you make it bigger on the screen?
Most certainly can. Oh, I don't know if I will keep asking questions, Your Honor. I don't know if the Mondo board is able to expand the window.
Can I expand it?
If you know how, most certainly. Thank you. So now that we can see it a lot better, thank you, Mr. Howes. Can you describe what that target number indicates in Instagram records?
Sure. So if you see up top, it says service, which is because there's multiple companies underneath the Facebook. At this time, it was owned by Facebook. Instagram is the social media service that was requested. The target number right there, that is the specific account number that was associated with a vanity name or user ID. And the account number is going to be the account number assigned to that particular user. So when an Instagram account is created, Instagram automatically assigns a specific number to that account. And that number never changes, no matter how many times the username or vanity name may be changed. So that way, everything underneath a particular account is saved.
And Mr. Howes, do you see a old school wooden pointer near your feet up there? If you can keep that handy, we may use it momentarily. So going down this date range, what does that indicate in Instagram records?
So the 7/2/2019, that's the date that Instagram actually generated these documents that were reported. So generated, that's the date essentially that they made these records and then provided them sometimes after they had been sought. And you can see the exact time, which would have been 11:19 and 40 seconds, and that is UTC, which is Uniform Time Coordinated or Universal Coordinated Time, which is essentially the ground zero of world time. It's sometimes referred to as Greenwich Mean Time, because it's on the Greenwich Meridian, which is in London, which is where world banks all keep the zero time. So it never changes. If we are in Eastern Standard Time, then Eastern Standard Time is going to be 5 hours behind. If we're in Eastern Daylight Time, it's going to be 4 hours behind.
So with the time, if we were in February of 2019, would it be 5 hours or 4 hours?
In February, it would be 5 hours behind because February you're in daylight or you're in Eastern Standard Time.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to scroll down a little bit and publish to November. What is this when you have name and the name provided? So is this, can you explain for the jury what this is, and is this verified by Instagram, or what can the name reflect?
So it might be easier if I explain vanity name first. If you
Okay.
could scroll down to vanity name.
Let's scroll down to the vanity name. So the vanity name for this account, what is the vanity name for this account?
Okay, so vanity name is going to be Slime Business Rod. What the vanity name is, that is the larger name that appears on the front of the user face of the Instagram profile. So that would also be known as, in Instagram, it would say they're at. If you were trying to tag them in an account, it would be at Slime Business Rod. Now, also, the way Instagram is set up, when it has name, so if you scroll back to where the name was.
Yes.
So right here, it says Cleveland Ave. So that is what would appear below the profile picture. The way I could describe it is if, I was looking at Instagram this morning myself. I happened to be looking at the Barstool Sports page, and the president of Barstool Sports is Dave Portnoy. His vanity name is Stool Presidente, which you see above his picture, the big letters of his account. Just below his picture on that on the app, it's going to say Dave Portnoy.
And for this case, when you reviewed it, who was associated with the vanity name Slime Business Rod?
Slime Business Rod, the account associated with that would have been the account belonging to Rodelius Ryan.
Okay. Now, when you first got the case, was there any records from Slime Business Rod account, that Instagram account?
What do you mean?
Was there ever any additional records requested from that Instagram handle?
Okay, so when I got the case, I reviewed 2 sets of Instagram records that were obtained during the course of this investigation. One of the records was obtained by the lead investigator who was investigating the homicide of Jamari Holmes, which was for a smaller window of time surrounding that particular investigation or homicide, what they knew based off of information they, I guess, discovered directly around the beginning times of the investigation. And then the second set of records that were obtained for Slime Business Rod were obtained by investigators in the district attorney's office that expanded the date ranges of the search warrant. So they contained, they did not contain exactly the same information, but the newer records have a more expanded set of data.
So getting back to Instagram and how the records come back, with that target number that we had, if someone were to change their vanity name or change the name that they have and you requested records, would Instagram be able to keep track of the account you're requesting?
Yes, we pull that back.
Yes. Republishing to November.
So no matter how much the where it says vanity name Slime Business Rod, that can be changed by any owner of the account whenever they want, and it would appear different to all the followers or whoever was able to view that Instagram profile. However, if you scroll to the top,
yes,
the account number, that 294-6121951, that'll never change. Everything that is associated with that particular account will be saved under that number, regardless of how many times the vanity name or username is changed.
Now, I wanted to also ask you about, and let me show you one brief second. When you request records, I'm going to publish from 2 November, the index. So do you see this in the bottom? And I'm making it bigger. If you open up Instagram records and you go to the index, what do all of these blue highlighted? Can you kind of walk through the jury of these?
I can, but will you go back to the business records first?
Yes.
It'll be much easier for them to follow if I. So this is a PDF that is generated every time the records are returned over. Every photo, every message, every group chat is going to be assigned a specific number. And in these business records, you're not always going to, because it's a PDF, you're not going to be able to have all of the actual media, like the larger picture files, the video files. And so it will have that associated picture number that is kept in the index in PDF format, but that's so you know exactly when that information was posted, and it can't be altered because of the way it's sent over in a PDF that is unable to be altered. When you go to the index, that is a digital file. So if you switch over to the index,
Publishing the index.
so that is going to be the actual digital file where the contents that were posted, where you can view them and they're stored. So like I said, you have to request specific information that you want returned from an account. And these are the areas that Instagram stores it. Direct shares, which would be like communications directly through the messaging between individuals, direct stories, which are direct responses between individuals from the stories that are posted, messaging between those. It'll be a digital thing of their followers, the post they liked. If there was any live videos that went up during the time, this is where all of the digital media is stored. But that, again, like I said, that PDF is a document that will correlate with the numbers assigned to the digital media. So you will know when and where, or really when and what time every video was posted.
And in this index, are these, or are they not like hyperlinks where if you click them, it will take you to a separate page?
It will.
Now, turning back a little bit to Instagram records in general, can you tell the jury if Instagram ever captures, or can you video call on Instagram first? Can two Instagram users video one another through the app?
Oh, yeah. So, yes, Instagram can also be used as a direct communication platform where you can place telephone calls or video calls over the platform.
And if you were looking at records where someone used or received a video call, are you able to tell how long they spoke?
So these records were returned in 2019. Things have changed, the way Instagram stores and formats the return. But at the time, any sort of video calls between two individuals would only show up as a video call event. And you wouldn't be able to look at the length of the call as to the way Instagram was storing those records. What you got to keep in mind, though, is it's different from what you see on the interface of your phone or your account. But it would display as a date, time, video call event, and the two or more parties that were a part of that video call event.
Are you able to determine if that call was answered or not in these 2019 Instagram records?
No, not in those 2019 records.
And I wanted to ask you too, with Instagram records, do they keep any location data in 2019 of where someone was when they sent a message?
I don't know about location data. I do know that they maintained the IP address that was used what the IP address for when the account was logged on and the message sent. That is saved, but I don't know about specific location data.
Now, in this specific case, other than the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan, what other Instagrams did you review?
I reviewed Instagram returns for Damone Blaylock, Tahiria Hartfield, Bernard Mitchell, and I believe Mariah. I can't remember Mariah's last name off the top of my head.
And when you reviewed these records, was there a specific time frame you were reviewing them for?
So yeah, when I was asked to review these records, I was asked to look at the time frame, the days before and right after the murder of Jamari Holmes. So really, during my initial review of these records, I kind of knew the names of the accounts that I was looking for, as well as the general dates. So I kind of focused from February 22nd, 2019 through about February 24th of 2019, just before and after the homicide of Jamari Holmes.
Now, I'm going to publish 3 November alpha. It's going to come up on the screen. Now, what is the account for this Instagram?
At the time, it was you see the account name or the target number that's assigned to it. It's going to be that 383-818-7897. Account name is One Lil Bali.
Who was associated with the account One Little Bali?
That would have been Damone Blaylock.
Did that name ever change, that vanity name in the records you reviewed?
Yeah, I believe it did. The vanity name, the vanity name associated with that changed to, I believe, a One King Doe.
Now, what was this Instagram we're looking at, the date range for this One Little Bali on 3 November alpha?
This particular date range would have been for February 22nd, 2019 at 0 UTC. So that would start at 7 p.m. on the 21st of February 2019. And it went through, can you scroll over?
Yes.
It went through February 25th, 2019 at 23:59:59 UTC. So that would have been 6:59 p.m. and 59 seconds Eastern Standard Time on the 25th of February, 2019.
And scrolling down, well, give me 1 second. I'm going to also publish now 3 November. There we go. Little technical difficulties. What was the,
Can you make that a little larger,
yes,
please?
I most certainly can. What was the date range for this account?
That'd be October 10th, 2018, at 0 hours UTC through February 28th, 2019 at 23:59 hours.
Now, when you got this case to review, what was the date range of the initial Instagram that the lead detective had requested that you reviewed in general?
I think it was just the 2 days surrounding, 2 to 3 days surrounding the homicide of Jamari Holmes. I'd have to, you can pull the records up and I can see the exact range. I think it's the first one that I went over that you asked me about.
And when you, the additional records were requested by the DA's office, in general, what were the date ranges for those?
It would appear to be October 1st, 2018 through February 28th, 2019.
So it was a wider time frame?
Yeah.
Now, what was the Instagram handle and associated with Bernard Mitchell?
I believe it was 4L Little Joker.
I'm going to publish for you what's been marked or admitted as 4 November. And I'm going to scroll down to the vanity name. What's the vanity name? And I'm going to zoom this in that you see for this Instagram.
It is 4L dot Lil Joker.
And what is the name associated with this account?
The name associated with this account is Paper Drugs Extortion.
And what is the date range for this account?
This is going to be October 1st, 2018 through February 28th, 2019.
Now, when you were reviewing these records, did you have some initial records from Ms. Hartsfield?
So there was an account name that was given by Ms. Hartsfield that was Yo95 Brazy. And then it was determined through other Instagram posts that she had a separate account by the name of What's Going One. It was, I think there was a one that was in there that was used in place of an I.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as States Exhibit 5, November Alpha. It's going to come up on the screen here. What's the vanity name with this account?
It is what's going one.
Is this the account you were just discussing that's associated with Ms. Hartsfield?
Yes.
Now, what I wanted to do was, and I'm going to publish States Exhibit 3, November Alpha. When you want to find, can you describe for the jury how you go about finding or looking through if different Instagram handles are communicating with one another in these records?
So, okay, are you gonna?
I'm pulling it up now.
Okay, well, I'll start explaining. So, what I'll do is, once we've obtained those records and we know who they are, the target number or account number that is associated with each account, I will start looking at communications between those two account numbers. And what I do is, I will, let's say, for this particular case, I opened, I think I started with Mr. Blaylock's records. That's just where I started. I had to start somewhere. And I took the account number that was associated with Miss Hartsfield, and I just did Control F, search inside of the PDF of Mr. Blaylock's records, and it populated, and I was able to see all of the communications that were contained between those two parties inside of Mr. Blaylock's records. Because every time there's a communication between the two parties, that unique identifying number is stored next to it. So I would search it, and then I could just hit next throughout the search and go from message to message to message and read all of the communications between those two parties. After I do that, I would then do the reverse. I would go to Miss Hartsfield's records, and I would search Mr. Blaylock's information. And what you find doing that is that oftentimes one party may have deleted more of a conversation than the other party before a preservation request was put in place. So sometimes you can fill gaps and holes in conversations by searching each party's records for the other individual.
So let's walk through that using 3 November. So can you, I'm going to publish 3 November now. And what, Mr. Howes, what is the vanity name with this Instagram we're going to be talking about?
It is One King Doe One.
And is this the one, is this the account that's associated with Mr. Blaylock?
It is.
So do you see at the top, typed in or searched, put what's going on? Do you see that?
So
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, I can see that. You need to switch to the other Instagram records from the original ones.
Okay, so I will open up what is marked as States Exhibit 3 November Alpha. And what is the vanity name associated with this?
One Will Bali.
So if I were, and follow along here, type in what's going on. Do you see that 8-5?
8-5. What's going one?
Yes.
Yeah, I see that.
So
Okay. So that is going to be Miss Hartsfield's account. And if you see that number that is 9647422004, that is going to be the target ID that is associated with her account. And it's going to appear next to every communication that she has.
can you point that out for the jury where that would be? Now, if what's going on, so for the Instagram account for what's going on, would that number appear in the records?
What do you mean?
Would the Instagram return for what's going on have that same 2004?
Yeah.
And if these records appeared in Rodelius Ryan's records, Blaylock's records, whoever's, would that number follow it? For this account?
Whoever this account has communications with, it's that target number, that 9647422004, associated with Ms. Hartsfield's account, that's always going to show up in any communication she has in whoever's records it appears in.
Now, one brief, I'm going to go to, I'm publishing now page 155 of 3 November Alpha. So you get these records and you start looking through them. Can you describe for the jury, do you see at the top it says what's going on?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
And that one King Doe, is that associated with Blaylock's account?
Yes.
And this number next to him, is that the same as you just described for Miss Hartsfield?
So what you're going to see here is that at the top of the account where it said the vanity name associated with it was One Lil Bali, after the Instagram records were requested, he changed his name to What's Going One. Or I'm sorry, changed his name to One King Doe One. And that 383-818-7897, that number did not change. That's the same number at the top of these records. So I know that Mr. Blaylock had changed his vanity name, but I still know it's the same account because of the number that's next to it. And what you have here is you see a text, and you see the author of that text is What's Going One, and the recipients are going to be both What's Going One and One King Doe One, Mr. Blaylock and Ms. Hartsfield. Those are the only two people on this particular text thread. The time this text was sent was on 2/22/2019 at 2:05 UTC. And then what you see next is what's poppin', WP. Another thing that is unique that Instagram does, and when I'm going through these messages, so every conversation thread, Instagram maintains a unique number called a thread ID. So the thread ID is this incredibly long number, and in this case, it ends in 171. So once I get to the message thread that I'm looking for, I was looking for conversations between Damone Blaylock and Ms. Hartsfield in this case. Now I have found it. So what I will do afterwards is I will copy that thread ID and I will paste that thread ID in the search bar, and I can see every message included in that conversation. And the reason I did that in this case was because back in 2019, Instagram or Facebook would maintain messages in ascending order as to when they were sent and or received in that particular account. So what that meant was, if you were having a conversation with another individual, any messages sent by different parties would show up in between. And so if you scrolled all the way down, sometimes there would be gaps in the conversation between Ms. Hartsfield and Mr. Blaylock because he sent or received messages from other parties. So once I have this thread ID, I could just search next and follow the entirety of their conversation without any interruption.
So I wanted to unpack a little bit of that. So you see how I have highlighted this thread ID?
Yes.
So if I copy this and then search this document, do you see where it?
I see.
And if I were to click these arrows, and I'm going to click it once, would this, is this how, or let me ask you this, is this how you track conversations looking at Instagram records from 2019 between two individuals?
Yes.
And if I were to keep scrolling through using this thread ID, would I eventually have all of the conversations between these two Instagram accounts in the records?
Yes, you would.
Now, if you and me have a Instagram thread and can you add or take away people from a thread? How would that impact the thread ID?
So if a new thread, let's say there's a new thread started that adds a third party onto here. So there's 3 people now involved in this messaging thread. There would be a unique thread ID number that was assigned to it. And so it's like a completely separate conversation. So this thread ID number is unique to the messages that only include Mr. Blaylock and Ms. Hartsfield on the account.
And when you looked at this case, other than the interactions between the account associated with Blaylock and Ms. Hartsfield, did you look at any other associations with the names you had provided?
So I looked for any communications between the accounts of
Y'all, they
Mr.
working me
Blaylock
hard
and Ms.
today.
Hartsfield. I looked for communications between the accounts of Ms. Hartsfield and Mr. Ryan. I looked for communications in the account between Ms. Hartsfield and Mr. Mitchell. And I also looked for communications between Mr. Blaylock and Mr. Ryan directly to see if any of those parties were communicating with each other in and around the times before and after the murder of Mr. Holmes.
Now, did you ever find any connections in general between what you just described for the jury?
Yes, so there was Miss Hartsfield and Mr. Ryan maintained a line of communication with each other. Miss Hartsfield and Mr. Blaylock maintained a line of communication with each other, and Mr. Blaylock and Mr. Ryan maintained a line of communication with each other. And there was also a line of communication between Miss Hartsfield as well as Miss Hartsfield and Mr. Mitchell.
And Mr. Howes, is Instagram records, when you were reviewing this, are they voluminous records?
So basically, to get to what I was tasked with doing, trying to follow a conversation in these massive amounts of records is very difficult. So what I did in this whole process was find the conversations between the parties that I was interested in, pulled those out of the Instagram records, and made a summary of those records in a format that was easily readable to myself and whoever would have been using that for the purpose of prosecuting this case.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
And Mr. Howes, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 7 November, November, and 7 November, November, Alpha through Charlie. Let me know if you recognize these. Now, what are those, Mr. Howes?
Well, yes, I recognize all of those.
Okay. And what are they?
So 7 November, November would have been conversations between Bernard Mitchell and Rodelius Ryan, dating from February 22nd, 2019 through February 23rd, 2019. And they were just extracted out of their Instagram records and put into a format, like a summarization that's easy to read in a recognizable format.
Is that 7 November, November, Charlie, or 7 November, November?
This is 7 November, November.
Okay. And what is the next record? Yep. Yes, you may. Thank you. Now, Mr. Howes, can you let me ask you a question. What are the two Instagram handles on 7 November, November?
One, King Doe 1 is in yellow. That denotes Mr. Blaylock's records. And in the purplish color is Slime Business Rod, notating the records of and communications with Rodelius Ryan.
Okay, so just a moment ago when you said Mr. Mitchell, did you mean Mr. Ryan?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did.
No. And for the other records, do you recognize them as summaries you created in this case? For 7 November, November, Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie.
Yes, 7 November, November Alpha is the records between Ms. Hartsfield and Rodelius Ryan. 7 November, November Bravo are the records between Ms. Hartsfield and Mr. Blaylock. And then 7 November, November Charlie are the records between Ms. Hartsfield and Bernard Mitchell.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the summaries you created from reviewing the Instagram records in this case?
Yes, they're the exact conversation. The texts and times are the exact conversations as they appeared between the time frames listed from start to end as they appeared in the records.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 7 November, November, and 7 November, November, Alpha through Charlie.
All right, those are admitted.
Judge, these would be with the same objections previously discussed.
Understood.
Now, when you created these summaries, Mr. Howes, did you have to, with the steps we just walked through with the jury, is that how you created these?
Yeah, so if you pull the records back up real quick.
Yes. Republishing 3 November Alpha.
So once I discovered the unique thread IDs between each of the two parties that I was looking for, I then took all the messages, more or less starting on February 22nd, 2019 through February 23rd of 2019, and extracted those and put them in a much more easily accessible summary.
So I'm going to publish for you 7 November. One brief second. Publishing 7 November now.
Can you make it bigger too by hitting the little square box on the top right?
Yes.
Yeah, we expand the whole screen.
With that will make it smaller. Now, with this, is yellow the account associated with Blaylock and the purple Slime Business Rod the account associated with Ryan?
That is correct.
Okay. One. And do you have the times listed here in Eastern Standard Time or UTC time?
No, I wanted to make it an exact as it appeared in the Instagram records. So I maintained the times in UTC.
Okay. So I want to walk through some of these with you. And if you can use that pointer. So when you start here, it has February 22nd, 2019. What is the first time and message in this time frame you looked at between the account associated with Blaylock and the account associated with Ryan?
So this would have been at 1:39 and 38 seconds p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it just said "yo."
And after some back and forth, do you get to February 23rd, 2019?
I do. And I will say that I just chose February 22nd as a date that I was going to start for all of the communications between the parties I was looking at. So I wanted to include everything.
And with the messages that was the murder on February 23rd, 2019.
Yes.
And with that day, is this the first message on that day, February 23rd, 2019?
Yes. So it would have been coming from Blaylock to Ryan at 6:07:40 UTC, which is 1:07:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And what's the response to that? Ryan says,
I mean, Blaylock says yo. I mean A, and Ryan says yo. And then Blaylock asks, "Where you at?"
and when Ryan, have you ever heard of anywhere in Atlanta called the Ville?
Yes, I believe that's Mechanicsville.
And so what time is it that the account associated with Rodelius Ryan says to Blaylock he's at the Ville?
6:38:25 UTC, which is going to be 1:38 in the morning.
Now, what is Blaylock's next message after that?
Blaylock asks, "Are you going to pick them up?"
Sustained.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to just simply reading all the messages. The jury is able to read them. We don't need them read out loud. If there's a specific question about what's being said, I think that's appropriate. We don't need them read out
Your
loud.
Honor,
Overruled.
speaking of, okay. So Mr. Howes, let's walk through this for the jury, all right? So when you got these records, did you review any of the evidence in the case beforehand? Without saying what it is, but did you review the case?
So yeah,
file?
I reviewed the case file, and what I was looking to do was establish a timeline based off of these messages and associate it with the parties that I was looking into and get as close to the timeline leading up to the murder and afterwards as possible. And that's why the timestamps are on everything.
Okay. And Blaylock, he says you're going to pick them up to Ryan.
Correct.
What time does he send that message in Eastern Standard Time?
In Eastern Standard Time, it would have been 1:38 and 37 seconds a.m.
Now, scrolling to this next page, what is the message and time of the account associated with Rodelius Ryan respond?
Mr. Ryan says, I believe he meant to say hell no, but I think it was auto-corrected or to heal no.
And what does he say after that? TXT them.
So at 6:40, 34, it says text them. Oh, sorry, it's 6:40:21, which would have been 1:40 a.m. It says text them, tell them I'm
Going to object to the interpretations of the words. Has to be restricted to what's on the exhibit.
Your Honor, I can lay a little bit of foundation.
All right.
So, Mr. Howes, how many Instagram records did you say you've reviewed in your time in the DA's office?
over 300.
Have you ever seen TXT before in those records you've reviewed?
In those records I reviewed, as well as shorthand for other texts that I've personally received.
And have you ever seen TXT used for the shorthand for text?
I have.
Okay. Now, with any of these, you don't know what any of the senders intended in their minds, right?
No.
Okay. So what is after the account associated with Ryan text Blaylock text them? What does he say right after that?
Tell them I'm outside.
And does Blaylock give any kind of confirmation?
Yes. At about 1:40, 59 seconds, Blaylock responds, "I."
Now, okay, I'm going to go to 4 minutes later at 6:44:26. What does the account with Ryan respond back?
It says what they say.
And 20 or so seconds after that, what does the account associated with Blaylock say back?
Let me call them now.
And then after this, after let me call them now, what is Ryan's response?
At 6:44:26 UTC, which is again is 1:44 a.m., Ryan responds, "Aight."
Okay. Now, and then is there a video call event after that?
I believe there's at least 2 video call events. Yes.
And for these video call events, if they're on the left-hand side, does this mean that the account associated with Blaylock is calling Mr. Ryan or the reverse?
So it means it would have been Blaylock the way because it's yellow, associated with the yellow account. That bubble, it would have been Mr. Blaylock attempting to call Mr. Well, I don't know if it was an attempted call or a successful call. I just know that there was a video call event. I can't tell you if they spoke, how long they spoke, or what, but there was 2 of them in short succession.
So turning to the next page, is there a sequence of video call events initiated from the account associated with Mr. Ryan to Blaylock?
Yes, between 7:04:07 and 7:05:28, there's video call events.
And after that last video call by the account associated with Blaylock, what is this back and forth response?
It says, Blaylock says, "What's up?" And then Ryan's response to Blaylock is, "Open the door," which would have been at 7:06:21 UTC, which is 2:06 a.m. and 21 seconds. So that was, Ryan asking Blaylock to open the door, and he says, "All right."
Okay. Now, after that message at 2:06:21 Eastern Time, or 2:06:26, where Blaylock says, "All right," where my cursor, that bottom left on the screen, when is the next communication between the Instagram accounts associated with Blaylock and Ryan?
It would have been a video call event at 10:11:06 UTC, which would have been 5:11:06 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Roughly speaking, how long is that gap?
Between, it would have been, sorry. Oh, it would have been just over 3 hours.
Just over 3 hours?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to, Miss Knight's going to assist me. I wanted to publish what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1, November. If you scroll down just a little. No. Thank you, Miss Knight. What time was this 1 November received? Mr. Howes.
The E911 call was received at 4:36 a.m.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. So after you look through the Instagram messages between the account associated with Ryan and Blaylock, did you turn to any other of the Instagrams that you looked at in that same time frame?
So I went through this process, yes, and extracted all the conversations between the parties we talked about, these 4 different conversations, for the same time frame. And the other one that I went to next, after digesting what this conversation said,
Yes.
was the conversation between Mr. Mr. Ryan and Ms. Hartsfield.
Okay. I'm going to publish for you and the jury 7 November Alpha. And this is between the accounts associated with Rodelius Ryan and Ms. Hartsfield?
That is correct.
So as we zoom in here, I wanted to walk through this, starting with, so this first conversation, did you look back a little bit before February 23rd, 2019 when you started?
So again, my intent was to start at, I just picked February 22nd as the date that I was going to extract all these conversations out to summarize. That was the day before the murder. And so I started anything that was in UTC time, any UTC time on February 22nd, 2019 in those Instagram records, I extracted as part of this summary.
And for this summary, is the light pink what's going on the account associated with Ms. Hartsfield?
Yes, that would be Ms. Hartsfield.
And is it the same purple color for the account Slime Business Rod associated with Ryan?
That is correct.
Okay. So can you break down for the jury where you started, what's the first message from the account associated with Ms. Hartsfield?
First message was at 6:29:46 UTC on February 22nd, 2019, which would have been 1:29:46 a.m. And she asked, "Where you at?" And the response shortly thereafter at 6:30:20 UTC was, "Believeland, what's up? Where you at?"
And what did she respond back to?
She responds, "The Ville," and then what that mean.
I'm going to pick this.
Sure.
One brief second, Your Honor. Republishing 7 November Alpha. And this is all on February 22nd, 2019.
Correct.
And what is the time frame for this on the 22nd of February?
The original messaging started at 6:29:46 UTC, which is 1:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
And then
Going to February 22nd, 2019, is this the early morning hours of the day before?
no, that would have been the early morning hours of February 22nd, 2019. Yeah.
Okay. And how does this start here with the message associated with Ryan?
This message that you have highlighted says, "For what?" And the response from Ms. Hartsfield is, Bali said, "Come, take him to the store," and Ms. Hartsfield has replaced the C and come with a K.
And one of the vanity names for the account associated with Blaylock was Little Bali 1. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then what is the next sequence of responses between the account associated with Ms. Hartsfield and the account associated with Mr. Ryan?
Will you highlight where you want me to? I mean,
Yes, starting right here.
So it says, "In what you mean?" ? And then the response from Mr. Ryan is, "Bali in the bill." And the response from Ms. Hartsfield is, "No, he at home." And there is a laughing emoji sent by Mr. Ryan. And then during this exchange at 6:41:07 UTC, there is a video call event. And then a message from Ms. Hartsfield that states, "Why that face?" And the C again has been replaced with an X. And then
Going a little bit further, is there a series of video calls from the account associated with Ryan to the account associated with Ms. Hartsfield?
yes, there are.
And can you describe for the jury, so you have this message at 7:55:08. Is that still February 22nd?
That is.
And Ryan says, what's the address?
That's correct.
And then on this summary, is this now in Eastern Standard Time switching over to February 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the first message on February 23rd between the account associated with Blaylock and Hartsfield?
So Blaylock says to Hartsfield at 5:41:19, which would be 12:40, or that's UTC, the 5:41. It's going to be 12:41 a.m. He says, "Yo, where you at?" And Ms. Hartsfield's response is the Ville, which is the Mechanicsville neighborhood.
And then is there a series of 2 video calls initiated from the account associated with Hartsfield to the account associated with Blaylock? I mean with Ryan.
I believe it's actually a series of 4 video calls. If you continue scrolling to the next page, you'll see 2 more.
And what's the time of this last video call initiated between the Hartsfield and
so
Ryan?
At 5:51:57 UTC, which is 12:51 a.m., Ms. Hartsfield initiates a video call event, and then about 5 minutes later at 5:56:07 UTC or 12:56 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Mr. Ryan initiates 2 video call events in short succession. And then there are 2 more video call events initiated by Ms. Hartsfield. And then at 6:01, they or Ms. Hartsfield initiates a video call. That's going to be 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time is the last video call event. And then at 1:01:28 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Ms. Hartsfield sends an address to Mr. Ryan that says 709 Windsor Street, which is actually an address inside the Mechanicsville community.
Now, she sends that address at 1:01:28 Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
And then what is this next message from the account with Ryan?
So it says, it says open the door, which would have been at 1:34 a.m. and 45 seconds or 6:34:45. And so when I was reviewing these text messages, trying to get a timeline of events, that's when I realized that at the same time, Rodalius Ryan is telling Ms. Hartsfield to open the door. Rodalius Ryan was simultaneously texting Damone Blaylock saying, call the girls or tell them to open the door.
When Mr. House, so leaving 1:34 p.m. open the door text, I'm gonna
AM.
I'm gonna go back to 7 November and go to
There you go. See?
this 1:40:34.
Yeah.
And can you describe for the jury how these two
So
correlate with one
this
another?
is the conversation between Rodalius Ryan and Damone Blaylock. And Rodalius Ryan is texting Damone Blaylock saying, tell him I'm outside. Now, during the more or less within a minute of that text, he is also texting Tyria Hartfield saying, open the door.
And then picking back up on 7 November Alpha, after this open the door, is there a sequence of video call events from the account associated with Ryan to Hartsfield?
So between the open the door text was sent at 6:34:45 UTC, which would have been 1:34:45 a.m. So between 6:35:22 UTC, which is 1:35 a.m., and 6:39:47, which is 1:39:47 a.m., there are 9 video call events that appear to be initiated by Mr. Ryan trying to call Ms. Hartsfield. And after the 9th call, Mr. Rodalius Ryan sends another message to Ms. Hartsfield that says, open the door. At 6:17 UTC or 1:40 a.m., another video call event is initiated. And about 30 seconds later, at 6:40:51, Mr. Ryan sends a message to Ms. Hartsfield that says, "So you ain't gonna open the door?" And then at 6:46:45 UTC or 1:46:45 AM, Ms. Hartsfield responds, "Where you at?" And then at 6:49:08 UTC, which is 1:49:08 AM, the response from Mr. Ryan is outside. And that was the last communication between Rodelius Ryan and Ms. Hartsfield for the date of February 23rd, 2019. That was the last communication between those two parties.
And what's this last message? What's the date and time of that?
On February 24th, 2019?
Correct.
The last message on February 24th, 2019, it says, "What you doing, love?" And it has I think it's a laughing face emoji.
Now, after looking at this Instagram in this time frame from Hartsfield's account and Ryan's account, was there any communication between Blaylock's account and Hartsfield?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 7 November Bravo. And for this is Ms. Hartsfield's account in light pink and One King Doe 1 in yellow.
Yes, so light pink, What's Going 1, Ms. Hartsfield, yellow, One King Doe 1. That would be Mr. Blaylock.
And this first back and forth, is this February 22nd, 2019?
So it is. Keep in mind, though, that I just was using UTC time. And so the 1:59:07 UTC on February 22nd, 2019 is actually going to be 8 p.m., just before the 9 o'clock hour Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And they have some back and forth on February 22nd, 2019, right?
Correct.
Okay. Getting to February 23rd, 2019, what is this message, or what time is this message WYA in Eastern Standard Time at the top of page 2?
On February 23rd or 22nd?
February 22nd.
February 22nd, it is, that last where you at is 23:27:01. That's going to be, now I'm going to have to do,
It's going to be 11 minus 5 hours?
yes.
Okay.
So about 6:27:01.
Okay. Now turning to February 23, 2019, what is this? Is there a series of video call events? What's the timeline of these?
So on February 23rd, 2019, Ms. Hartsfield initiates a video call event at 5:52:08 UTC, which would have been 12:52 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And there are between 5:52:08 UTC and 6:09:58. So that's going to be 12:52 a.m. till 1:09 a.m. There are 6 different video call events initiated by Ms. Hartsfield directed towards Mr. Blaylock.
And after that, is there some video calls initiated? What's the time of this first video call that Blaylock initiates to Hartsfield's account?
So at 6:41:03 and again at 6:41:07, which is 1:41 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Mr. Blaylock initiates 2 video call events going to towards Miss Hartsfield. Sorry.
And what is this text after that?
So at 6:41:15 UTC, Blaylock texts Miss Hartsfield and states, "Lil Rod says he outside."
So when looking at the messages that Hartsfield's having with Ryan and Blaylock and Ryan and Blaylock's own conversation, do you see any kind of pattern between those three?
Yeah, they were all having conversations with each other independently of the others around the same time. So when Mr. Ryan was trying to get Ms. Hartsfield to answer, he was also texting Mr. Blaylock to have Ms. Hartsfield do the same thing.
I'm going to object to testimony about what someone was doing.
Sustained.
So, Mr. Howes, when you're speaking, you can say, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you say Mr. Atkins' account texted Mr. Howes' account, is this the account associated with you or I? Or in this example,
What you
Hartsfield and
can
Blaylock?
see from these records is that in the messages between Mr. Ryan and Ms. Hartsfield, Mr. Ryan then that account texts Ms. Hartsfield and states, "I'm outside." And then if you go to the next message thread at the same time, you can see that Mr. Ryan texts Mr. Blaylock and says, "Tell them I'm outside." And then if you go to the conversation between Mr. Blaylock and Ms. Hartsfield, you can see Mr. Blaylock telling Ms. Hartsfield in an independent conversation that Lil Rod say he outside.
Now, after Little Rod says he's outside, the message from the account associated with Blaylock to Hartsfield, when is the next communication between Blaylock's Instagram and Hartsfield's Instagram?
The next Instagram communication is at 10:11:37 UTC, which would have been 5:11 a.m. And there are at 10:11:37 a.m. and 10:11:55. I'm crossing myself up. 10:11:37 UTC and 10:11:55 UTC. There are 2 Instagram video call initiations from Blaylock to Ms. Hartsfield.
So from 1:41 a.m. with this text, there's a gap until these video calls at 5:11 a.m. on February 23rd?
That's correct.
Okay. And then is there some additional video call events a few minutes later from the Instagram account associated with Ms. Hartsfield to Blaylock?
Yeah, Ms. Hartsfield says initiates at 10:14:35 UTC and 10:15:04 UTC video call events directed towards Mr. Blaylock.
And in reviewing Instagram records, have you ever seen a short phrase of DF?
Yeah, it's an acronym for defuck.
And so this last message, what's the time of this?
At 10:15:05 UTC, which is 5:15:05 a.m., Miss Hartsfield says to Mr. Blaylock, "Where the fuck you at?"
And does he have any response to that message?
Yes, Mr. Blaylock liked the message where the fuck you at that was sent by Miss Hartsfield.
And then is there a series of video calls from, how many video calls are there after that from the Instagram account associated with Hartsfield to Blaylock?
Between 10:15:13 UTC and 10:16:37 UTC, there are a series of 4 Instagram video call events initiated by Miss Hartsfield towards Mr. Blaylock. So that would be 5:15:13 a.m. to 5:16:37 a.m.
Now, once you reviewed and looked at the communication between the Instagram accounts of Blaylock, Ryan, and Ms. Hartsfield, did you ever look at this same time frame with any Instagram messages associated with Bernard Mitchell's Instagram account?
Yes.
And did Bernard Mitchell have any communication with anyone in this window that of the records you were looking at?
So of the records that I look at, I did find communications between Bernard Mitchell as well as Miss Hartsfield.
Publishing what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 7, November, Charlie.
Y'all, is he disappointing me? Please don't tell me. I just got out of court. I'm so stressed out.
So, did you pull some messages before February 23rd?
Yeah, so there was not quite as many messages between Miss Hartsfield and Mr. Mitchell as there were between her and the other individuals. So I included a little bit longer of a date range for the messages between Bernard Mitchell and Tyria Hartsfield.
And 4L1 Joker in blue is the account associated with Bernard Mitchell.
Yeah, I believe it's 4L.Lil Joker.
And this is the same What's Going On associated with Miss Hartsfield.
That is correct.
And in terms of February 23rd, what is the first message that you have?
8:40:27 UTC, which would have been 3:40:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Miss Hartsfield sends a message to Mr. Mitchell that says, "Pull up for real."
So these first 3 summaries we walked through was around 1:40 a.m., a time we were just talking about, between Blaylock, Ryan, and Hartsfield's Instagram accounts.
Correct.
Is this roughly 2 hours after that?
Yes.
And what does the account from Mr. Mitchell respond back to from this message that Hartsfield's account sends around 3:40 on February 23rd a.m.?
Response is, where you at?
And then is this showing video call events after that from Hartsfield's account to Mitchell's?
Yes, it shows that Ms. Hartsfield at 8:54:30 UTC and 8:54:31 UTC, which would be 3:54 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There are 2 back-to-back video call events initiated from Ms. Hartsfield to Bernard Mitchell.
And then what's these 2 messages here? That you
At 8:54:35, which is again 3:54 a.m., Ms. Hartsfield says, "Where you at? On the way." And then at 8:59:28, which would be 3:59 a.m. Ms. Hartsfield says to Mr. Mitchell, "Where you at to fuck?"
And what is Mr. Mitchell's response?
His response is he sends 2 messages within 13 seconds, just after 9 o'clock UTC or 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And those 2 messages are, "Bye, Crystal, send Addie." And Ms. Hartsfield responds at 9:03 UTC, which is 4:03 a.m. Okay, I'm getting it.
Okay, hold on 1 second. So did you know where the incident location was for the February 23rd, 2019 Jamari Holmes murder?
The homicide?
Yes.
Yeah, it's at 50 Mount Zion.
And what part of the city is that address?
What do you mean?
What area of Atlanta is 50 Mount Zion?
It's like the south side. It's over like by Cleveland Ave.
Do you have some familiarity with that location, that area?
Some.
Do you know if there is a Crystals in that near 50 Mount Zion Road?
I don't.
Okay. And have you ever seen a short term when someone says send ADDY, what have you seen that mean in other contexts?
Send Addie address.
Okay. And then what is Miss Hartsfield's response?
85 Mount Zion. And I do have the familiarity with that is a apartment complex that is diagonal from 50 Mount Zion, just on the other side of the street.
Can you walk between those 2 apartment complexes in a short span of time?
If you wanted to. I couldn't tell you how long it would take, but yeah, it's they're kind of catty corner to each other.
And so what time is this message sent of 85 Mount Zion by the account associated with Hartsfield to Mitchell?
9:05:26 UTC, which would have been 4:05 a.m. and 26 seconds Eastern Standard Time.
And in this time where Hartsfield's account, where we're at, 4:05 a.m., is there any communication in the Instagram records between the accounts of Blaylock, Ryan, or Hartsfield with each other?
At the 4 a.m. marker?
Correct.
Right there? I don't believe so.
Okay.
Let me ask you, just to interrupt, scheduling wise, how much longer do you expect the direct with this witness to be?
Your Honor, I would say about an hour or
Okay,
little
let's
bit
break for
past
lunch.
that. Yes, Your Honor.
And I will have y'all come back at 1:30, please.
All right, thank you. Where do you want these exhibits?
You can leave them up there for right now. Thank you.
All right, I just forwarded through Ms. Persifield. I think you may have gotten a second attempt at a limiter, but I just sent to her and she'll send to you a third one. So use that one. And then I'd love for us to discuss that before we return with the jury. So you anticipate it'll be this witness, and then do you think we'll get to, I guess, Mitchell and Otten or Uten today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you think we'll get past those 2?
If we do, Your Honor, I don't believe we would get past Detective Hogan,
Okay,
which would mean we would not need that instruction.
until tomorrow.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, considering that some of the people have some other things to do. They're on the lunch break. Why don't we just be back at 1:25, and then maybe in the morning or in the evening, this evening, we'll deal with the limiter. Okay, see y'all at 1:25.
I'll see you guys back after lunch. I am working still. Sorry, y'all.
All right, is there anything we need to put on the record before we get the jury out?
One thing we're trying to figure out.
Okay, go ahead.
true?
Sure, well, maybe, I don't know. I can't,
Well,
can't promise clarity in advance.
Well, so these latest phone summaries that we've been going over,
Right.
I know that they were admitted, but can I get some clarity on under what theory they were admitted? I understand that they admitted as summaries of already admitted evidence. And under 1006, if the evidence is already admitted, they are admitted as demonstrative evidence only. So the clarity that I want is whether they are pedagogical devices or admitted as evidence. I mean, if the evidence is already in, these are just
Which ones are these?
demonstrative aids.
Summaries,
Y-
which ones
Your
are the
Honor,
summaries and which ones?
7 November, and then subsection Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. And the state believes that these summaries are summaries of voluminous records. As in,
So, and can you, because I haven't seen any of them.
Yes, Your
Is
Honor.
this, I know the witness was talking about, once you figure out how to do something, then you can see just the conversation threads that you care about, not the others. Is that all this is the conversation threads that he was looking into without the rest of it?
correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so they're not really summaries. They're a version of the evidence that has the extraneous material excluded.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, so I would not consider this to be a summary exhibit in the way that we would normally talk about a summary exhibit that's then demonstrative. This is just, it's not a summary, it's just without the extraneous information. So
Right,
it's
but
admitted.
it doesn't go, it's not admitted as evidence that goes out.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get clarity about, and maybe we can do that at some other point.
Yeah,
but
I think
my
we can do that at some other time, but if you're making like a continuing witness inquiry,
Yes,
I would think that this would not be continuing witness. This would be
Well-
actual evidence, substantive evidence.
Well,
But
that's-
you can argue it later
okay. I
because
just,
we won't be sending anything to the jury anytime soon,
I want to preserve,
unfortunately.
I wanted to preserve the point, that's all. Thank you.
Maybe sooner than we think. Here's hoping. Okay. All right. So we're ready for the jury. Let's get the jury in. You can proceed, Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state is going to publish 7 November, Charlie. So, Mr. Howes, when we broke for lunch, I believe we were discussing, I'll go just a little bit back. So at to reorient the jury, this demonstrative before us is Hartsfield's Instagram and the Instagram associated with Bernard Mitchell in blue. Is that correct?
Yes, this is a summary of the conversation of Ms. Hartsfield and Bernard Mitchell. Yeah.
And I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. And so timeline wise, again, can you help orient, and I'm going to make this just a little bit bigger, this top video call event from Hartsfield's Instagram? What time is that in Eastern Standard Time?
So it would be 4:05 and 44 seconds Eastern Standard Time.
Okay. And then is there one roughly a little bit under a minute later at 4:06:21?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these next three on the right, the light blue. Can you walk through how many video calls Bernard Mitchell has, Instagram has back to Ms. Hartsfield's Instagram?
Will you go back? I think I'm a little confused. Can we just start? Can you go back?
Yes, I will go back.
To 9 o'clock UTC.
Yes. So do you see this message by the crystal at 9:05 UTC?
This. And that was sent from Bernard Mitchell to Ms. Hartsfield.
And then can you walk the jury through when you were reviewing this next sequence of events between Hartsfield's and Mitchell's Instagram?
Mr. Mitchell at 9 o'clock UTC, which would be 4 a.m., sent a message that said, "Send Daddy." 3 minutes later, Ms. Hartfield responded, "Okay, I'm getting it," and then followed up the message with 85 Mount Zion. And that was at 9:05, so 4:05 a.m. Then at 4:05 a.m. and 44 seconds and 4:06 a.m. and 21 seconds, 2 video call events were initiated by Ms. Hartsfield towards Mr. Mitchell. Then again, the way Instagram stores the records, I don't know if they actually communicated or if it was a missed call or what, but as the records are stored in 2019, it doesn't indicate whether a conversation was had. And then at 9:08:49 UTC, so at 4:08 a.m. 49 seconds and 4:09 a.m. and 18 seconds, there was 2 video calls initiated from Mr. Mitchell to Ms. Hartsfield. And then at 9:09:31 UTC, which is 4:09 a.m. and 31 seconds, Mr. Mitchell sent a message to Ms. Hartsfield stating, "Where you at, bruh? We at the gate." Then,
Mr. Howes, so going back just a little bit, at 4 o'clock, Mr. Mitchell asked, "Send your Addy," and then after the 85 Mount Zion by Hartsfield's Instagram, how many minutes later after this 4:05 a.m. message from in Eastern Time from Ms. Hartsfield's account of 85 Mount Zion is the message you just stated of WYA, bro, we're at the gate?
approximately 4 minutes.
Okay. What happens after the Instagram account with Mr. Mitchell states he at the gate?
So at 9:09:54 UTC, which is 4:09, and then at 4:10 a.m. Eastern Time, respectively, there was video events, call events initiated by Mr. Mitchell to Ms. Hartsfield. And then at 4:10 a.m. and 21 seconds, Mr. Mitchell sent a message to Ms. Hartsfield that said, "We finna dip."
After that message of at 4:10:21, what does Ms. Hartsfield's Instagram in relation to Mr. Mitchell's do next?
At So then at 4:10:49 and 4:11:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, there's video call events initiated by Ms. Hartsfield to Mr. Mitchell. And then at 4:13:51 a.m. and 4:14:19 a.m., there's 2 video calls initiated from Mr. Mitchell towards Ms. Hartsfield.
And after that 4:13 Eastern Time video call event, is there another sequence of video events between the two of them?
Yeah. So at 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 video calls initiated by Ms. Hartsfield to Mr. Mitchell in between those. And those started at, so let's see, it was 5:10 a.m. and 20 seconds, 5:10 a.m. and 37 seconds, 5:18 a.m. and 49 seconds, and then at 5:19 a.m. and 17 seconds. There's a video call sequence initiated by Ms. Hartsfield to Mr. Mitchell.
And Mr. Howes, do you still have that pointer nearby you?
I do.
Can you orient the jury to the 9:14 a.m. or excuse me, the 9:14 UTC call on this exhibit?
So this is where you would see that at 9:14:19 UTC, which is 5:14 a.m., Mr. Mitchell initiated a video call to Ms. Hartsfield.
And Mr. Howes, in UTC for February of 2019, is it 5 hours or 4 hours?
It's 5 hours. So it would have been 4:14.
And after that 4:14 video call, how much time elapses between the next interaction between Hartsfield's Instagram and Mitchell's?
There is almost an hour in between those at 10:10 and 20 seconds UTC, which is 5:10 a.m. and 20 seconds Eastern Standard Time. You can see that Ms. Hartsfield initiates a video call to Mr. Mitchell.
And Mr. Howes, is what we had published as 1 November, the CAD report for this incident. Did that CAD report, was that generated in this gap of time?
Yes, it was.
And after that 5:10 Eastern Time, depicted in the far left of this screen, Hartsfield video call event to Mitchell, what is next?
Are you the 5:10
Yep, the very top
so
pink
there's
what's going on video chat after that.
There are 4 video calls initiated by Ms. Hartsfield. It would be, I'll stick to Eastern Time, so 5:10 and 20 seconds Eastern Standard Time, 5:10 and 37 seconds Eastern Standard Time, 5:18 and 49 seconds Eastern Standard Time, and 5:19 and 17 seconds Eastern Standard Time are all of the video call events initiated by Ms. Hartsfield to Mr. Mitchell.
Is that 4 video call events from Ms. Hartsfield's Instagram to Mr. Mitchell's in a span of about 10 minutes?
Yes, it is. And again, I don't know if they spoke. I don't know if it was completed. I just know that it was initiated from her account to him.
And scrolling down, can you orient the jury to the time of these video call events depicted on page 5 of 7 November, Charlie?
Yes. So again, there are 4 video call events initiated by Mr. Mitchell to Ms. Hartsfield. And those times are 5:22 a.m. and 36 seconds, 5:23 a.m. and 12 seconds, 5:23 a.m. and 35 seconds, and 5:26 a.m. and 2 seconds.
And those are Mr. Mitchell's video call events to the Instagram of Ms. Hartsfield.
Yes.
And then what is the last, or what does this next message state?
Ms. Hartsfield sends a message to Mr. Mitchell at 5:26 a.m. and 45 seconds, 5:26 and 45 seconds a.m. And she sends the message to Mr. Mitchell that says, "On my auntie, we ain't set you up."
And what's the, after that 5:26 a.m., when's the next interaction time-wise between Mitchell's associated Instagram and Hartsfield's?
So at 14:09 and 08 and 14:09:20, which would be, I think, about 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's 2 video calls here and here initiated from Miss Hartsfield to Mr. Mitchell. And then at 14:09:27 UTC, Miss Hartsfield sends a text, "Bro, y'all good."
And Mr. Hiles, with that 1400, would that be 2:00 p.m. Eastern time?
So
I mean UTC time?
yes, it would be. So it would be 2 p.m. UTC -5, so about 9 a.m.
And then what is the last message, the time and message from Hartsfield's Instagram to Mitchell's?
Miss Hartsfield sends the message that says, "Text, bruh, y'all good," phrased as a question.
Now, when you were looking through these records, Mr. Howes, did you ever locate any shared direct stories between the parties' Instagrams that we've just walked through?
Yes, I did. So just from reviewing so many different Instagram messages, there's different modes of direct communication through the Instagram app. And Instagram, when you message somebody directly through their stories, it stores those communications in a different spot inside of the index and or PD, and as well as the PDF. And so I then looked at Mr. Mitchell's Instagram records under his direct stories tab in that index to see if there was any other communications between the parties that we had been or that I had been investigating.
And did you ever see a direct story between Hartsfield's Instagram, Blaylock, and Ryan's?
Yes, I did. There was a message sent via direct story from Tahiria Hartsfield to both Rodelius Ryan and Damone Blaylock.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish what's been marked, or not marked, admitted as one brief moment, Your Honor. As 3 November Alpha. Now, as I'm, and it's page 384 of that exhibit. Mr. Howes, when you look at, so is the author and recipients in this direct stories when they're captured on Instagram, do they come first and then the photo or message beneath them?
So yes. So what you're going to see is that this particular message would have been sent at the author, which is the author here is 96474220004. What that indicates is that that author correlates to Tahiria Hartsfield. That is the same number associated, the target number associated with her account. So that's how I knew that she was the sender. And then the recipients, if the Rudy and Big Boo, and then the Cleveland Avenue, those respectively would have been Damone Blaylock and Rodelius Ryan. And when I talked about earlier, how you had the vanity name and then the actual account name that shows up under the picture, in the direct stories, the way Instagram saves it, it will be the account name associated with it.
Now, scrolling to 386.
So the way it's stored is you'll have the sender information, and then you will have the actual image that was sent via the direct story.
And what was the message that the Instagram associated with Hartsfield sent to the Instagrams associated with Blaylock and Ryan?
The message says, I just left the investigation room. They grabbed me and locked me up, and they grabbed Mariah. On Richie, she's snitching inward. They know about you, but not Lil Rod. I told his ass I don't know what the fuck happened. On Richie, I stayed solid. You can, with the C replaced with a K, ask my mama. I told the deactivate, I believe, detective, I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't even know how my name came up. Again, the C is replaced with a K. I don't know how my name came up, but he said people telling him I set Mari up, and Mariah told them my name and told them to grab me. That message was sent from Tahiria Hartsfield to Damone Blaylock and Rodelius Ryan, I believe the day of the homicide.
And scrolling back to 384, what was the time of this post in Eastern Standard Time?
This post was sent on 2/24, 2019 UTC 2:37. So it would have been 5 hours before that. So approximately 10:37 p.m. on November 23rd, 2019.
So if it was
For
02
9:37, I'm sorry, 9:37 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on February 23rd, 2019 is when it was sent.
and one brief
And so,
second, Mr. Hiles, when you, after that message, and let me ask you something. In direct stories, is it in descending or ascending order?
so I believe I mentioned it earlier, but I'll state it again. So the messaging, the way messages are stored in the return of the records, they're in ascending order. So you get the top of the list is the original message that was sent. The way that the records were returned in 2019, for direct stories, they're stored in descending order. So the first message saved in the direct stories on these Instagram returns is going to be the last message sent or received.
So, Mr. Hiles, with that said, this is the message we just discussed on the screen. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then scrolling up, do we see, is that the time and names that you just described?
So so above it this is the same message that we sent. And then if you scroll up, this next message is the reply.
What does it state?
The reply says, I knew that hoe was a rat and what she say about me.
And who, scrolling up again, would that help you understand who sent that?
Yeah. It is Rudy Big Boo. That was the name. So if you go to the way I cross-referenced this to confirm, I opened up the records of Damone Blaylock that our office obtained. So if you could,
I'm going to open those right now.
And Jairus, while we've got little pauses while they're adding new evidence up for y'all to see, if y'all need to move or stretch or anything like that, remember to feel free to.
So, publishing for you and the jury. States Exhibit 3 November. And
right. So I looked at that target and account number that's associated with Damone Blaylock's records, and that was 383-818-7897. And then I scrolled down to the username, and it says the name, which would appear below the photograph on your profile, and it's Rudy Big Boo. And then I went directly back to the message that I saw. So if you can see that now, is this, did you toggle back to the message?
correct. I toggled back to the post we were just describing.
So if you could see that the post saying, I knew that hoe was a rat, was sent by the author, Rudy Big Boo. This is the name, and then the account number associated with it right here. So
Is it end in 7897?
yes, it does.
And going back to 3 November for Blaylock's Instagram returns, what is the last four? Is it 7897?
Yes, it is. So the account number and then the name was still the same. So that's how I was able to confirm the accounts that were sending and receiving those particular messages.
And Mr. Hiles, I'm publishing what has been marked as 2 November Alpha. What is the target, the last four of this target number?
The last four of that target number is 1951.
And if I scroll down, what is the first name displayed? It takes us a slight lag.
The first name displayed is Bleveland Ave.
And what's the vanity name for this account?
So you can see that we scroll up a little bit.
Yes.
So there's two things that are of note here. You can see that the vanity name associated with this is, scroll down, Slime Business Rod. And then if you scroll back up, you can see that, wait, please scroll down a little.
Yep.
You can see that there's two email addresses registered to this account. It is Menace with the C replaced with an x.snake@gmail.com and email slimebusinessrod23@gmail.com.
And for the last four of this target are 1951, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you go back to the message that was sent to both from the Instagram associated with Hartsfield to the Instagram associated with Blaylock and Ryan, is this 1951 with the username Bleveland Ave?
Yeah, so if you got to scroll, you got to size down just a little bit, and you will see that they are the recipients of that message of Miss Hartsfield describing being snatched up by the detectives, and that they don't know about Lil Rod.
And so using these identifying numbers for the Instagram, is that how you're able to associate who's receiving or sending, whose Instagram account associated with is sending or receiving messages?
Exactly, and I did the same thing. So I did the same thing with where it says author. Right there, there was no username associated. It was deleted on that account's front. So this is only showing in the records of Damone Blaylock at this time.
Is this
But I
end in
took
2004?
that number ending in 2004, again, just to cross-reference and make sure that I was looking at what I thought I was looking at, I then opened Tahiria Hartfield's account and confirmed that that was her, in fact, her target number, her account number, so I can make sure that it was her that was sending those messages, or her account.
Publishing 5 November Alpha. And the last of that was that 2004, Mr. Howes?
Yes.
And publishing. Is this that same target and account number?
Yes, it is. And that was the Instagram returns for associated with Miss Hartsfield.
And is that the what's going on that we saw on the different formatted exhibits we walked through with the jury?
Yes, it is.
Now, I wanted to approach you with 2 November Alpha 1 and 3 November Bravo. And Your Honor, these exhibits, for the record, are items parties in the court have discussed
Okay.
that are from the, and does the court have a copy of the exhibit list?
Yeah, I think so.
These are what the parties in the court have discussed from 2 November Alpha and 3 November. I gave them their own exhibit number for the record.
Okay, so they're a part of the larger exhibit.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to start with, well, so, Your Honor, these items are admitted, but for purposes of efficiency will be, the business record search for these records have been entered. And so I wanted to tender these items for the records purposes to publish them. And I'm happy to approach if need to, but.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
So it's 2 November Alpha 1 and 3 NN Alpha.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that right? Okay. I thought I already had admitted 3 NN Alpha.
Or excuse me, Your Honor, it is 3 NN Bravo is the second one.
Okay. Thought I had already admitted that one as well, but anyway. They're admitted if they weren't already separately admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to start, and Mr. Howes, is that
So yeah.
excerpts from, or what are those?
So
in
I
general?
recognize 3 November Bravo is specific pictures and other conversations that were taken from Mr. Blaylock's Instagram records. And then I recognize as 2 November Alpha 1. Those are different pictures, Instagram stories, and messages that came from Rodelius Ryan's Instagram returns.
I'm going to start with the excerpts from Rodelius Ryan's Instagram returns and publish 2 November Alpha 1 up on the screen. One brief moment, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Howes, we had discussed or mentioned about how Instagram returns get sent back. And so I want to walk through some of these with you. Can you tell the jury, this is from the Instagram account associated with Rodelius Ryan,
Correct.
and this Instagram business record and page number, is that from the larger PDF embedded in the returns from those records?
Yes. So that is, you see, it's titled Instagram Business Records. This would have been stored on page 125 of the PDF returned for the records with Mr. Ryan.
And what does this message on page 125 state?
So what you will see here is it's Instagram story post by slimelife.shawty that states, I love you, with a green heart, at Slime Business Rod, you realer than me. And then in smaller print at the bottom of the page, it would say, it says, full throttle about you, with a red heart emoji.
What was the scrolling down? Will Instagram, after a post such as that in the records, is this date and time? Can you kind of explain this for the jury?
Well, this is actually, so this is the photo ID. You would have to scroll up to know the date and time of the post for this particular post. It would be on page 124 whenever this particular post was sent.
Okay.
So if you wanted to figure that out, you could also copy the photo ID and then search it in the larger records, and it would take you to the post if you have the full records. But I'm not exactly sure when this would have been posted without that.
Understood. I will publish 2 November Alpha. So if you open up the Instagram records, from Rodelius Ryan's Instagram, if I toggle back to what we were just discussing, this photo ID number,
Yes.
highlighted in blue, that ends in 2262.
Yes.
If you search that as here and click enter, will it bring you to when it was posted?
Yes. So, okay. So I was wrong. So it was below. So it has, if you scroll up, oh, all right, you see the post, keep scrolling up. Okay. All right. sorry, I was wrong. Scroll down again.
Okay.
You were correct. So you will see the photo ID. Here's the ID of the photo. It is 1986848663869412262. It says this was taken 2:25 at 5 UTC, which would be 12 a.m. And it says it expires at 2:26 at 5 a.m. Or I'm sorry, at would be 12 a.m. On 2:26. So
Are these up for 24 hours? So
basically this is an Instagram story that Slime Business Rod was tagged in that he reshared. And it was posted on 2/25/2019, and then it was up for 24 hours, and it would expire, and it wouldn't be able to be viewed by the followers or whoever had access to view the Instagram account after that amount of time.
going back to these excerpts from the Instagram account associated with Rodelius Ryan, I wanted to go to page 127.
Yes.
Now, in what's published, is it slight, is there, or what is depicted in this photograph or mentioned in the message?
It says, love these in words.
Oh, hold on one second. With what's on the screen? Or what's at the top?
Oh, okay. At the top, it says, I'm not in the picture with a laughing face emoji.
And then there's a photograph.
Correct.
And if you scroll to the bottom, then what does it read?
So it reads, love these in words, red heart emoji, BL, which is block life. And it says at one Briss, at real life one _ FR, at Lil 9 life. And then it said block life. And it's got the no, I guess, emoji for like the no smoking sign, and then it's got no, and then it's got a cap, no cap. And then it says hashtag no IG bear. So it's denoting the people that are in this picture. And then stating this is block life, no cap to block life, and then stating that bear does not have an IG.
So scrolling down to what was the date that this is posted?
So you're going to see that the photo ID just below the photo, and then again, let me do it this way. Just below the photo, you're going to have that photo ID, and then that matching ID. It says taken on. It was this Instagram story was posted on 2/24/2019 at 23:24 UTC, which would be, I believe, 6:24 p.m. And then it expired on February 25th, 2019, and exactly 24 hours later. So it would have been the 24th of February when it was posted, and then was taken down.
And going to the next in this excerpt, what does this on page 129 of this Instagram, what's the top state?
So again, it states this is going to be another Instagram story that was posted on Rodelius Ryan's account. It states burnt bitch, and it's a picture with Rodelius Ryan displaying cash and a person that I'm not familiar with. And it says in green lettering, I tried it once, now I can't leave without my gun on me. And below it, go FW it. FW is an acronym for fuck with it.
When was this posted?
So you'll see that that same photo ID, that was posted on, so this would have been on February 23rd, 2019. So actually, it was posted at 12:05 a.m. on February 23rd, 2019. So it would have been the same day as the homicide as Jamari Holmes.
Is this 12:55 a.m. as opposed to 12:05?
Yeah, I'm sorry, 12:55 a.m. It is 12:55 because it was 055 UTC.
Scrolling down to page 137, what is the Instagram, or let me ask you this. So scrolling up, what does this message read and who was the original poster's handle?
And so the original poster would have been "Do it for Phil _."
And what is the message that is in this post?
It states "so-called" is the top. When them so-called OGs don't feed them young N-words, it boosts up the crime rate.
And are you able on Instagram, if someone shares a story, if this is the Instagram associated with Rodelis Ryan, to repost or reshare?
Yes, this would have been a repost of "Do It for Phil's" story by Rodelius Ryan.
And what was the date and time, or what was the date without the time?
The date was February 18th of 2019. And it was just like all stories, posted for 24 hours and it expired on February 19th, 2019.
Now going to page 143.
Yes.
What is this the same Instagram handle that we discussed for the very first post at Slime Life, SHAWTY?
Yes. So it says, Slime, all we know, we can't go out bad at Slime Life Shoddy. Red heart emoji, loyalty over love. This would have been a post by Rodelius Ryan tagging at Slime Life Shardy in the post.
And what was the date of this post?
This Instagram story would have been posted on February 12th, 2019, and expired on February 13th, 2019. Again, showing in the story section of Mr. Ryan for 24 hours.
And going to page 145, what does this story show or state?
It states, "Rest up, boo. I got you forever." Or "I got you sliding forever."
And what was the time, or excuse me, the date of this post?
It would have been posted on February 10th, 2019. It would have been up for 24 hours on the story and expiring on February 11th, 2019.
Going to PDF page 13, what does this caption read or post read?
Says, none but straighten love. You done 183 bear emoji. States, this N-word was a legend in the streets. That shit hurt my soul to know he gone. He used to like Meek Mill for some reason. I guess that's who he.
Yes.
May we approach?
You may.
Mr. Howes, what does the remainder of this post state?
I don't know where I left off, so it said, this N-word was a legend in the streets. That shit hurt my soul to know he gone. He used to like Meek Mill for some reason. I guess that's who he thought was real in the rap game. He always told me never watch a man pocket, again, omitting the C, and think you deserve the money he got. That's why the rest of them N-words broke.
And was this on January 21st of 2019?
It was a story posted on January 21st, 2019, and it was up for 24 hours.
Now, going past page 166, going to page 203, do you see, can you describe for the jury kind of how you have a post and you have graphics on the front with Instagram and these stories? What is this? Is this a repost, a new post?
So this looks to be like a post. It's a screenshot of a post that was then posted by Mr. Ryan's account.
And what was the original Instagram handle from this post?
So it's going to be Ocean Drive Slim with the S in Ocean replaced with a 5. And it states at Slime Business Rod. And it's got, it's written in lime green with a green heart, champagne bottle emoji. It's got a snake emoji and it says, happy birthday, little bro, live it up. And it says hashtag slime business. And then it's got a green heart emoji and a snake.
And what was the date of this post?
The date would have been posted by Mr. Ryan's account on December 20th, 2018, and it remained up for 24 hours. And it states that it is a, you can see where the status of it. So it's a deleted reshare by the original media. So
what does that mean?
Basically, it means he shared a post that was deleted by its original poster. He reshared it.
Publishing what's been already admitted as 426 Yankee. What is the Instagram handle with 426 Yankee?
What page did you go to?
It's going to be on the screen only.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Howes, can you do me a favor and look at the screen to 426 Yankee? And I wanted to ask you,
Just would renew any previous objection.
All right, thank you.
I wanted to ask you, what is the Instagram handle from 426 Yankee?
It is the Ocean Drive Slim. Again, with the S in Ocean replaced with a 5. And then it says, yeah, is that all you wanted?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about the handle.
Okay.
Going back to, is that the same handle in the post that we were just discussing?
Yes. So what that post was is essentially when a person is tagged by another individual, like let's say in this case, Mr. Rodelius Ryan would have been tagged in a happy birthday wish. And then you can also reshare that over the Instagram, Mr. Ryan's Instagram. So he was resharing where he was tagged on a birthday post.
Going to the next in 2 November Alpha 1. So is this another reshare, as in the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan is resharing it, or can you describe this post where you have?
Yeah, he would have been tagged, and it looks like he's resharing a post posted by Do It for Phil, where Do It for Phil tagged Slime Business Rod. It's hard to see the Do It for Phil as being the original poster because it's in white and it's like a white on white background. But you can see he was sharing a picture of Ryan, and what it says, if you scroll down, it's a picture of Rodelius Ryan. He is wearing a necklace with a YSL pendant. He has a firearm tucked into his waistband, and it says hashtag Top Shotta, happy snake emoji day young, at Slime Business Rod, with another heart emoji, and it says youngest in charge. And it has several, I guess, laughing emojis as well as a crying emoji.
And is this original post where beneath that where it says Slime Business Rod?
No, the original poster is Do It for Phil, and he's posting a picture. He's posting a picture of Slime Business Rod and saying this is his account. He's tagging that picture and wishing him happy Snake Day, happy birthday.
And what is the last message after Slime Business Rod in this post?
Oh, it says, Cleveland is the jungle. Most of you inwards wouldn't survive. Hashtag Glocks and Choppas. So that was the original tag posted by Slime Business Rod.
And is that, what kind of emoji is that afterwards?
A demon.
What about the very end, the bottom?
It's got a picture of a smiley face with its mouth shut with a zipper, zipped shut.
And was this posted on December 20th of 2018?
Yes, it was posted December 20th, and it expired 24 hours later on December 21st. So you can again see that it says deleted. It expired. It was a story, and it was a reshare of the media posted by Do It for Phil.
Scrolling down further, this is another post in the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan.
Yes.
And what does this one read?
It reads, shoot the ops, make them catch on fire emoji. The catch as a spell with a K with replacing the C. And it says hashtag Opsville with the emoji of someone's head exploding.
And what is this posted on December 6th of 2018?
Yes, and it was a story post, and it was up for 24 hours. Expired on, no, it was posted on December 6th and then expired on December 7th.
going down further, are you able to, with Instagram stories, have like a graphic or photograph posted from your
Yeah.
Instagram?
Yeah, you can.
And are you able to read what
Yes.
this states?
I'm going to object to this being admitted. This is something which was discussed previously and was subject to foundation. I don't think that foundation's been laid.
All right, so it's a foundation objection.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Hiles is reading what we've previously discussed. So I'm not asking Mr. Hiles, this is in evidence and we have previously addressed this, all parties in the state. So I don't know what the foundation is of an admitted exhibit.
If it's admitted, forgive me, I'm just may not recall exactly what
The
the
ruling from-
objection was, so maybe y'all want to approach again. Do y'all want to take a quick break? Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, for the jury.
All right, I'm sorry. Ms. Abasi, you may just have to remind me.
Yes, Judge. When we address these photos specifically, this is one, I believe we objected on relevance, that it didn't have any relevance at this point, and Your Honor's ruling was that it would be subject to some sort of foundation or connection, and that's not come in at this point.
So it's a relevance objection.
Yes. But
And this exhibit is already in evidence.
so what we had discussed, and the state is well aware of, is that the entirety of the records were put in for the sake of completeness, but the entirety of the content is not something which, the entirety of the record is placed into evidence, so there is the entire record. The part which is evidence in this case, that if the jury said, we'd like to see what the evidence was, we've already discussed that. And this is within that category.
Meaning the two of you amongst yourselves have discussed that?
With,
Your Honor, if I may briefly. I rewatched the hearing that we had on these because I always want to be transparent. I don't want to publish something that the court said was subject to foundation. I'm trying to pull up my notes on this. And so this exhibit has been, the state has twice or three times, and by the state, I've personally been redacting either names or the photographs in that exhibit we posted in line with conversations with defense counsel and rulings by this honorable court. And this, everything that ADA Hiles is publishing, which is why I did it this way, is what has been shared with all defense counsel. And I've had, ample conversations, and there's nothing new in what's being published. And so I'm trying to pull up my notes from the hearing because I would have not included if it was subject to foundation with Hiles.
Can you
I'm
tell
not
me what
perfect,
day
but
the hearing was?
yes, Your Honor, it was October 9th. And I have time hacks in my notes from the YouTube of when rulings were made. So I'm trying to find that so that the court can refresh to find that.
to the extent that the state intends on calling someone to lay this foundation later, I think this is cumulative now to have him simply reading them out when at this point there's no context, but someone else is going to come and do that later.
So, Your Honor, and any defense counsel, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe through Detective Belknap, Rudy Gang and the individual who was deceased and is referenced and is tattooed on some of the co-defendants in this case with Rudy Gang has been discussed through either a witness or a gang detective. And if I'm wrong on that, correct me, but that has been referenced in this trial writ large. I was not physically present for Detective Belknap, who was the first witness, but my understanding from even since when I have been is there has been some discussion of that. And number two, this is an admitted exhibit that I intentionally kept within the four corners of what defense counsel, this court, we've all discussed. So there shouldn't be any surprises in what I'm walking through because I wanted to avoid any kind of hiccup with publication.
I'm not saying that this is a surprise. This is just not the appropriate time or the appropriate witness to be bringing it in.
Your Honor, if there's a rule of evidence objection, which was foundation, this is an admitted exhibit. So I don't know how to address a foundational objection with an admitted exhibit. That is a pre-admitted objection.
I agree.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna take a break as well, and if any of y'all need to take a break while the jury is out, do that quickly, because I'm sure it'll take the jury a few minutes. Get all the attorneys back and the defendants, please. Hmm? Yeah. They know that was in that, right? They know. Do we know whether the jury's ready when we get everybody out? Guess we'll need them in maybe 2 minutes. All right, I think we have everybody, so let's get the jury out. Ready? All right, we're getting the jury out. Everybody please rise. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Atkins.
So, Mr. Howes, I'm publishing what's marked as page 240 of States Exhibit 2, November Alpha 1. It should be coming up here in just 1 second. And how does this read?
Rudy 4L gang.
And what was the date of this post?
12/2/2018. It was a story and it was up for 24 hours.
Now, for these stories, are they public or private in terms of are they shared to specific people, or can anyone on Instagram view these?
So I don't know how his account settings were. If his account settings were private, then only his followers could view them. If his account settings were open to the public, then whoever looked up Slime Business Ride could view those postings.
Going to page 244 in this slide, how does this read, or what does this say?
It says, love all my snake emojis, and then it's tagged several Instagram names, those names being Slime Life Shawty, lilslime.vert, at Lil Got It, at Lil Keed, at playa_nut, at blocklife OKKY, at blocklife.burna, at ESPN_pokey, at 1B slime, and at 1.jdog.
And that post, was that November 28th of 2018?
Yes, it was. It was just up for 24 hours.
Moving to page 258, what does this post depict?
Appears to be several handguns, one of them having, or a couple of them having some extended magazines, and it says Guns and Roses.
And that was posted, is it this November 22nd of 2018?
That's correct.
Going to the next post on PDF page 260, what does this post state?
So the top word, it basically makes slime, I guess, an acronym. And it spells slime at the top, and it says S, sorry, L, Lord, I is I'm, M is money, and E is educated. So sorry, Lord, I'm money educated, and then it's surrounded by snake emojis.
And was that posted on November 22nd of 2018?
Yes, it was posted on that date and up for 24 hours on his story.
Going to page 315, is this another story from Rodelius Ryan's Instagram?
I would have to see to confirm it was a story. I'd have to see the photo description below it.
And what was the date of this?
So if you can you enlarge it, please? So yes, it is a story that was posted on 10/20/2018 and expired on October 21st of 2018.
Now, I wanted to show you, or ask you, I should say, give me 1 second. Is there also, remember when we started, we discussed the Instagram index,
Yes.
and there was those blue hyperlinks in the bottom.
Yes.
Is one of those in Instagram records a linked media?
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury how that linked media works when you get Instagram records returns back, like the records in the case we're discussing?
Sure. You want to pull it up and I can
Yes.
explain?
So I'm pulling up index in the same exhibit we were just discussing associated with Rodelius Ryan, which is 2 November Alpha. Mr. Howes, can you show with the jury on that screen
So for linked media, it's not going to be here. You need to go to the actual folder.
Got it. Give me one quick second.
Yes.
Just to be sure, when something's displayed, you just make sure it's in evidence since it's not included in that exhibit, from what I understood.
So, Your Honor, the disc that's in evidence, that's 2 November through 6, and there's a couple subsections. That is folders, subfolders, all the bells and whistles from the Instagram returns that Mr. Howes has been discussing. So it's not just PDFs, it is the entirety of those.
All right. So whatever it is we're searching for now or that y'all are searching for now is a part of what's already been admitted?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Sure.
And Your Honor, just for the record, to make it clear, the disk that operates on, it's faster to save that to my desktop. So I am opening that same folder from that exhibit on my desktop.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Howes,
Okay, so this is what you were going to see from. Can you make it bigger?
yes.
All right. Well, this is what you're going to see when you get the returns from Instagram. You're sent a zip file from Instagram.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this on relevance of going through the exact file names and the procedurally how to get to the item we're trying to reference.
Trying to see if there's going to be a response or.
So, Your Honor, I'm trying to efficiently, through Mr. Howes, just show the jury where these come from. The videos, because you have to, that's all. The state believes this is relevant for how the videos we're going to be publishing, where they came from.
All right. I'm going to permit it.
Okay, so what you get here in linked media is going to be every file, whether it's picture, video, or anything that is attached to a post. And so that is going to be the actual file where you can view the videos and actually view the media without having to open the full files. Every media file that's shared in the linked media is going to have that unique either photo ID or direct story number, and it's going to correlate with the PDF, the number, so you can see in the PDF file when it was published. And then this is the linked media is the actual media that was published with that, whether it be story, direct message, or direct story. So that's where all of the files are contained.
And just circling back, when you had mentioned about if someone shares a story, whether it's private or public, is those stories shared, is it ever to just one person in what we were walking through, or can you explain that a little
So
more?
a direct story is only shared with the people, they can denote who can see it. If it's like the message we spoke about earlier, it was a direct story and it was shared originally from Ms. Hartfield to Mr. Ryan and Mr. Blaylock. Those are the only people that could see that. Instagram has another option of their story where you can denote close friends. close friends are whomever the user designates as their close friends. You can publish a story and only the people you've designated as your close friends can view it. Or if it is not designated as that, if you have a public account, then whoever comes to your page can see it. Otherwise, only your followers will be able to see that particular story.
Understood. And
so
when you open up that linked media folder, does it contain all of the, you see how it has direct stories, media, and numbers after them?
So yes, so it's going to tell you what type of file it is, the size of it. Now this date right here is 7/22/2019. What that denotes is when this file was unzipped from what Facebook provided. So this is a digital record of when this file was originally unzipped and opened. Now, the direct stories and the numbers correlating with it, that is what you can see in the PDF, the business records, as to the actual published date by the owner of the account.
Now, I'm going to publish for you. Give me 1 second. So that number that the file is saved as, if you were to search that in the larger PDF, would you be able to tell the date it was posted?
You can get the date and the time it was posted. And there's two places you can search it. You can search it in the actual PDF records that we've been going about. These are the business records that we've been discussing. Or Instagram also provides to you what's called an index, where all of this digital media is indexed and you can view it in digital format. They provide it in both ways. The linked media, you don't need to be connected to the internet to be able to figure out the time and date. You just have to have the business records downloaded and be able to correlate the number of the associated with the linked media to the numbers in the business records. Or if you go to the index, you have to be connected to the internet and you can view it in a different digital format.
I'm going to publish. Thank you, Mr. House. I'm going to publish for you a video that ends in 4719.
Okay.
It's going to come up momentarily.
We ride back, run through this shit. Yeah, fuck wrong with y'all, nigga. We ride back, run through this shit. Fuck wrong with y'all. Yeah, peace and blessings. Gang, peace and blessings type shit. Peace and blessings. Y'all know they're the real one.
Okay, so you see that number? It's at the bottom of the screen right here.
Yes.
4719.
If I copy that number in the PDF return for the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan, will that help us find out the date and time for this video?
It will tell you the date and time the video was posted.
publishing for you the larger PDF Instagram business record for this account. And do you see how in the top right, if you search that video identifier, if I click this, will it take me to the date and time posted?
Yes.
When was that video posted?
So it was posted as a story. It was posted October 11th, 2018. And you scroll down, there it goes. And then it was up for 24 hours. And you can see that it expired 24 hours later at the same time from the time it was posted.
Now, if you were to take an Instagram video from your phone, how does that, is there anything like the mirror effect? Can you explain that?
Well, anything that's filmed like this, the camera on the front of the lens, when you have it reversed, the picture is going to show up in mirrored image.
I'm going to publish a video contained in the same exhibit that ends in 68521.
Fuck on my bed. You finna give me some? Oh yeah, put on them something. Why ain't mad? You finna wear these sheets or something? For sure. Round the head.
Now, before testifying on the stand now, were you able to review this specific video in the Instagram records?
Yes.
And what did you see anything of note in this video?
I did, and I will note when I watched it on your computer screen, I had to turn the brightness all the way up.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this witness testifying to what of note was. It's vague.
Your Honor, I can rephrase.
All right.
Did you see a gun in this video?
Yes,
Mr.
there's
Hines?
I'm going
there's
to
an AR.
object to the witness narrating what the jurors are just as capable of viewing.
Overruled.
Yes, there's an AR style rifle being held by Mr. Ryan with a drum magazine.
What is a drum magazine?
Drum magazine is a high capacity magazine that is in the shape of a circular shape, in the shape of a drum. It's carries high volume of rounds.
And was there any jewelry that you saw when reviewing this video?
Yes, he's wearing Mr. Ryan's wearing a chain that's YSL. And like you asked earlier, the YSL looks backwards as in a mirror image as it was filmed with the camera turned around on the phone.
And if I were to control and search this video number, would I be able to find when this video was posted?
Yes, you would.
Republishing the Instagram business record for these records. When was this video published?
Yeah, it was published October 20th, 2018, and it expired 24 hours after it was published.
Now, Mr. Howes, I wanted to also show you a video that ends in 40944.
Stop that. You may. You can take it off the screen for now.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can republish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if, same question, Mr. Howes, if you were to search that number for that video in the records, you'd be able to tell the date and time it was posted?
Yes.
Republishing the PDF? What was the date and time of that video posted?
October 31st, 2018.
Now, I also want to show you or publish what's been marked or what a video that ends in 71797 in the linked media of this exhibit. And for the record, it's actually 71797, publishing momentarily.
Block life. Block life, no one again. 250, no one again. Bitch, I push nigga, can't come up here and then block. Yeah, no cap. Cut a ride, gonna shoot at your fitted. That's no cap. Pussy, boy. Zico having that shit on. Yeah, look, that's what I'm saying.
So at the bottom left would have been the number associated with it.
So if I were to search the PDF with that number in the bottom left, that would pull up when that video was posted?
It would.
What was the date and time of that video posted?
So that video was posted on, so it says it's posted 2/23/2019 at 3:05:47 UTC. That would have been 10:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it was up for 24 hours. So that would have been the night prior to the murder of Mr. Holmes.
And by night prior, you mean if the November CAD report was around 4:30 a.m. on the 23rd, this would be the hours before that on February 22nd?
Yeah, this would be 10:05 p.m. February 22nd.
Now, with IG live stories, if you go through the index, can you also find those videos?
So if there were IG lives, they would be preserved only if there was a preservation request within the 24 hours that the story was posted.
Pulling up from the index in this same exhibit, one brief moment. So when you pull up videos from the index versus the linked media, what is the date that this video was taken? That
Okay, so what I talked about earlier, this is going to be inside of the index, and this will be the actual digital version that you can look at. It is, if you Can you make it any bigger? Or?
I can.
So this is all right. So it's going to tell you the media format MP4. It's going to have the video number, which would be also in the PDF. Here's the ID number again, and this was posted on 2/21, 2019, and it was up for 24 hours.
So this was February 21st of 2019?
Yes.
And the bottom there, the at Slime Life, SHAWTY, was that a handle we had discussed in the PDF?
It is. That's who was tagged during this video. I believe this is an Instagram live story.
I'm going to publish this now.
That shit that still bothers me. Crying blood and I can't see. Cause they won't speak. Heard them girls outside of the bed when they on their knees. Devil on me, let's go.
Now, do you know what kind of firearm that wooden barrel gun is?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this witness testifying to what types guns are unless there's a sufficient foundation laid for the basis of his knowledge.
Jane.
I can lay the foundation,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
go ahead.
Mr. Howes, do you have any personal familiarity with firearms?
Yes.
What is that? Can you tell the jury?
So I grew up around firearms, hunting, shooting, sometimes mostly recreational shooting and hunting. But I do have, I guess, just a knowledge of study of firearms, different types of firearms, calibers. That.
Have you ever, do firearms come up in the gang cases that you work?
Yes.
Have you had any conversations or training from law enforcement personnel about firearms? And if so, what is it?
So not, I mean, I've read books myself, I've educated myself, but I haven't taken any like formal like firearms forensic classes. I understand calibers.
Have you had conversations with firearm specialists at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes.
In cases? Have you had various firearms come up in cases that you've worked?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury in terms of firearms of a similar nature of this video, have you visually seen and learned about what different types of firearms look like, and if so, how?
So there's different platforms that firearms can be built on. And there are calibers that are associated with that platform. I cannot tell you by looking at that firearm exactly what caliber the firearm is. I can only tell you what.
Objection, Your Honor, still don't think a foundation has been laid.
Okay, well, it's being laid potentially right now.
Yes, Your Honor. You may keep going, Mr. Howes.
So I can tell you that, yes, I can look at a firearm and tell you the general platform that it's been made on, the calibers consistent with that platform, but I cannot tell you exactly what firearm is just by looking at it without having a serial number or being able to see the engravings.
When you say platform, what do you mean by that?
A platform, the platform that the rifle is built on is think of the gun as being built in parts. There's a lower portion of the firearm and then an upper portion of the firearm, and the platform is essentially how it is put together, how the It's how the gun is put together.
Have you had experience with 9mm firearms, either personally or in cases you've worked?
Yes, all the time.
Have you had familiarity with AK-47 type firearms in cases that you've worked?
Yes, consistently.
Have you had familiarity with firearms that fire 7.62 rounds?
Yes.
Have you had familiarity with firearms that fire 9mm rounds?
Yes.
And if you had to ballpark how many such firearms you've either personally observed or seen in working investigations in either your personal capacity or professional capacity?
As far as the 9mm, it'd be a couple hundred. And then when you deal with the AK style platforms, I'd say between investigations and personal, maybe 75 to 100.
Your Honor,
All right, I'm going to overrule the foundation objection. You can go ahead and answer the question.
so I know you said without seeing a serial number, you cannot definitively state, but visually only, what type of firearm does it appear to be depicted on the screen right now?
It's just an AK-47 style platform. That's all I can tell
And how are you able to determine that?
you. So by looking at the firearm and being familiar with AK-47 style platforms, I mean, you see it's a rifle barrel. It's built on looking at the upper portion and lower portion of the rifle. I can tell you it's an AK-47 style rifle. I can't tell you the caliber though.
And for AK-47 style rifles, what is the typical ammunition that accompanies them?
Generally, it is the 7.62 NATO rounds.
Now, I'm pulling up to show you you had discussed earlier about the videos and being either in ascending or descending order. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And if you were to open up the index and pull up videos, would the most recent video posted appear at the top or not?
I'd have to look at it to tell you. I know that when you're looking at direct stories and the way they're posted and shared, those are in descending order. But I can't. I can, if I viewed it, I could tell you, but I can't tell you offhand right now.
Understood. I'm going to publish the index in what's been admitted as 2 November. What is the date and time of this post? And I will try to zoom in for you. I know it's
So this is an Instagram live video. And this video would have been up only for as long as he was going live. But the video was taken on February 25th. Oh, you scrolled down too far.
my apologies.
We scroll up a little.
Can you see that now?
Yeah. So if you look here at the video, it was taken, posted February 25th, 2019, 5:31 and 44 seconds UTC. So that's going to be 12:31 a.m. on February 25th, 2019, Eastern Standard Time.
And when you have this user slime business rod, this number, is that what you would discuss earlier about the vanity name?
Yes. No, that's not the vanity name. Cleveland is going to be the name.
And what is the text that accompanies this?
I'm sorry. So slime business rod is the vanity name. The number ending in 1951, that's the account number or target number associated with the account. And then on his records, Cleveland Ave with that pin drop, that is going to be the name that was associated with this account.
And what is the text that was accompanied this video?
It is so will you scroll up? I want to make sure that I think we're so go above this video. All right, so here's the video. If you scroll down, so it's publish. Okay, so yeah, so the user is Slime Business Rod. That's the account number, Cleveland. The text is going to say 10K solid with a snake emoji and a gun, like a toy gun pointed at the snake, says fuck YFN.
Now, I also wanted to, do you have before you as well some excerpts from Blaylock's Instagram return?
I do.
And is that 3 November Bravo?
It is.
Publishing 3 November Bravo for the jury. Do you know who's depicted in this photograph?
I believe it's Mr. Blaylock.
And what is the date? I'm going to scroll down. What is the date associated with this post?
The date of that post is going to be February 24th, 2019.
That 11 o'clock roughly UTC time? So about 6 p.m.
Yeah,
Eastern time?
It would have been Eastern time, or it was posted at 23:19 UTC time, and it would have, which I guess would coordinate to about 11 o'clock, yes.
Okay. Scrolling down to page 152. What does this post read on Blaylock's Instagram?
It reads Rock Crew with a Instagram emoji, an LLB with a green heart emoji, and then it's tagging at Slime Business Rod.
When was that posted?
Would have been posted January 4th of 2019.
Brief moment, Your Honor. So I'm going to go back to 2 November Alpha 1, and specifically page 33. You can either, I'm going to have it displayed on the screen, or you can have the physical copy before you. And let me know if you can see this. I'm going to hide this floating panel that gets in the way. Is this do you see Slime Business Rod Instagram in this thread?
Yes.
And who is the author of that first post, and what does it state?
So you're going to see it is time was sent at 10/10/2018, 17:13 UTC. There's a text that was sent. Here's the thread ID denoting the members. So in this case, it's Maniac Rolac, with the C's being replaced by the X's. The text says slat. And because it's in the PDF format, you're not going to know what the emojis are. If you looked at it in the index, you'd see what the emojis were after it. But it says slat, what's blazing, twin?
And is there a response from the author Slime Business Rod handle?
So if you look, here is, yes, there is. Same thread ID number. And it was sent at 10:10 and at 17:15. And the response says SHID, SHIDD, Boolin, BOOLIN.
And is there a response back from the initial poster?
Yes, you can see the response. The author is Maniac Rolac, and his response is right side.
Now going to page 34, do you see with the highlights, is this 05EA and Drive Slim, the Instagram handle we had discussed earlier with some photographs?
Yeah, I believe it's Ocean Drive Slim.
And is this a thread between that Instagram handle and the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan?
Yes, so it's going to be Slime Business Rod and Ocean Drive Slim are going to be the people on it. And every message in that between those two specific individuals will have the same thread ID ending in 93476.
And what is the date for the thread we're currently on?
The date is going to be October 27th, 2018.
And this thread continues on?
So if you're going to figure out if the thread continues on, I would copy the thread ID and then just go from text to text, but it appears to be doing so, yes.
Now, I wanted to scroll down to you to scroll down and show this Y0095 Brazy. Did that Instagram handle come up in your review of these Instagram records?
Yeah, so that was a separate Instagram account, a completely different account that had been run by Tahiria Hartfield.
Is that the same Hartfield from the What's Going One records that we had discussed?
Yes, and the way that we discovered that is in the What's Going One records. She made a post that said, "Man, I miss my old accounts," and she posted @Y95 Brazy.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
This is in.
So, Your
All of
Honor,
this in?
this specific part how, oh, I may need to approach to respond. I don't want to have a speaking objection, but it's how Mr. Hiles connected these accounts.
We'd like to approach.
Last answer by the witness. Go ahead, Mr. Adkins.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Howes is going to come up on the screen. The same exhibit 2, November, Alpha 1. Some messages in the Instagram associated with Rodelius Ryan. Let me know if you can see this on the screen while I get this panel to hide, hopefully. And with this first statement, can you read what that says from free, the Instagram handle with free JUJU to?
So I can see that the author is Slime Business Rod. Recipients are Free Juju and Slime Business Rod. So those are the only two that are part of this thread. It's going to be a text. Here's the thread ID, and it says the text that was sent says, "That shit tripping. I got to tell you something. Shit that happened today."
And is this first one when we had talked about video calls in the previous?
So there was a.
Is this how it's shown?
That's how it's shown in the record. So at 11, if you scroll up a little bit.
Yes.
Scroll up. Keep going. All right, there you go. So you're going to see item type.
So just specifically with this video call event right here, item type, do you see that?
Yeah. So it would have been at November 1st, 2018, 3:28 UTC. So about 10:28 p.m. on October 31st, 2018.
And after this free JU account says, talking about telling something that happened, scrolling down, was the recipient of that Slime Business Rod?
slow down a little if we go
Yes.
back?
So this is page 513 is the page we just discussed. Page 512.
Oh, you went way too far.
Oh, okay.
All right, there. So the author was Free Juju, _ Free Juju, and the other recipient besides himself would be the first line of the next page. And that would have been Slime Business Rod. And the text that he sent would have stated what happened.
And what's the response?
There- it looks like, is that intentionally redacted?
Disregard any redactions, just what you can read.
Okay. Yeah, so it says, to N-word name Bully.
And what does Slime Business Rod respond?
He responds, yeah.
And what does the account with Free JUJU state back?
Says, Tobias had caught for an X while we was walking on the back street to the school. Several emojis and then it says, he was on that scary shit, acting like he wasn't going to bust him down. That boy acting like he wasn't going to bust him down. That boy Bully drew on his ass on the next street. Tobias was scared as hell.
And then scrolling down to what is the response from Slime Business Rod to that account after that statement?
It says, we wasn't stiking, bro. We was walking to school smoking, and they saw an X on. You need to scroll to the right. We saw an X on the black
Seat.
on the seat.
And then going down to the next time that they discuss, what is the response that Slime Business Rods has to that message to Free JUJU?
He says, y'all reckless, but why y'all let Bully draw down on him? No, y'all N-words can't get bust down. I'm a draw on him on Slime.
Now, going to page 801, do you recall a slimelife.shawty coming up in some of the pictures and posts we've discussed earlier?
I do.
With what's highlighted, what is this message? Who is it between?
The author is Slime Life Shawty, and the recipients are Slime Life Shawty as well as Slime Business Rod. Slime Life Shawty sends a text at 12:20 on 12/20/2018 at 1931 UTC. He says, "What you want for the stick?"
And what is the response back from Slime Business Rod?
None. N-U-N.
And the follow-on from the account slimelife.shawty?
He says, a Glock and some money, posed as a question.
And then continuing down, what is the response that Slime Business Rod has to that?
He said, "Nah, snake."
Now, scrolling down further on page 880, what is this message that Slime Business Rod sends that's highlighted on the screen?
So it's sent January 5th, 2019 at 4:28 UTC. So that's going to be 11:28 PM. And it says, "Hey, pull up. We about to slide. Bring the sticks."
Now, going down further, do you see what's highlighted? What's this first message that Slime Business Rod sends to a handle $1 billion pink?
The flirt on the way to crucial.
And then is this where you would discuss where if you get multiple threads, they will all show up on the same when you're looking through these records? Is this an example of that?
Yeah. So a message was received in between the responses to $1 billion pink and Ocean Drive. So yes.
So with the conversation between Slime Business Rod and $1 billion pink, he states OTW to crucial.
Yeah, and so you notice it's got the thread ID ending in 4706. And then the other conversation between Ocean Drive and and Slime Business Rod, that thread ID is ending in 3476.
And the response back is it, who are you with? Is that what that Instagram says to Rodelius Ryan's Instagram account?
So that is the response from $1 billion pink to the conversation with Slime Business Rod. It says, Rod, who you with?
And scrolling down further, what is Rodelius Ryan's response to that?
The response to who you with question from $1 billion pink is gang.
Now, while that conversation's going on, is this 05 in Drive Slim, is this message, it says we time getting to crucial,
Yeah, I mean, it says what time you get into crucial.
and then scrolling down, is this a message from the Instagram of Rodelius Ryan to that 05 in Drive Slim that says now OTW on the way?
Yeah, now we're on the way.
And later on,
This is exactly why I like go through it conversation by conversation and then pull out the ID thread so you don't have the interruptions in between.
scrolling down further, do you see this message with Block Life OKKY? That's highlighted.
Scroll up
Yes.
just to the bottom of the last page. No, up.
So these are,
The bottom, it would have, if that was on 904, scroll, can you go up to the bottom of 903?
so this was on 940.
Oh, okay.
Are these excerpts from Rodelius Ryan's Instagram?
Yeah.
So with page 940, what does this state from Block Life OKKY and Slime Business Rod?
Scroll back. To the left, please.
Yes.
The Block Life, the text is going to be, he said, what you trying to do? He talking about going to Lacuna. I'm about to get dropped off to Big Nick spot. Ain't going to no damn Lacura.
And then does the account associated with Rodelius Ryan say never mind, or is NVM sometimes abbreviated as never mind?
Yes.
And then a little later on with this conversation, is this the same Block Life OKKY and Slime Business Rod Instagram account?
Yes, it is.
And does he ask the account associated with Rodelius Ryan, what is the move?
So the author of that would have been Block Life OKK asking Slime Business Rod, what is the move?
And what is the response from Slime Business Rod to that Instagram holder?
So that's going to be the response of Slime Business Rod to Block Life _OKKY is going to be, shit, Slime, gone from the store, the studio.
And then does Block Life ask Slime Business Rod who?
Yes.
Scrolling down a little further, does the account with Slime Business Rod respond MAJA?
Yes.
And is this January 1st of 2019?
It looks like it's January 11th of
Or excuse me,
2019.
January 11th of 2019.
Yeah, January 11th, 2019.
And going further, what does the Block Life Instagram handle respond back?
Asks the question, poses the question, what studio they at? And the response from Slime Business Rod is, I don't know. And then Slime Business Rod next sends a message to blocklife_OKKY stating, didn't they leave the store? And the
And-
response from blocklife_OKKY is, yeah, they've been left. Last time I checked, they was at Lacura with Dolly them about 2 hours ago.
And does Mr. Ryan respond back? Okay.
Yes, that's the response.
Scrolling down a little bit further is with the highlighted text, do you see where only one snake face states with who?
Yes.
And who's the recipient of that?
The recipient is going to be Slime Business Rod.
And who does he state that he's with?
States that he's with everybody.
And scrolling down a little. One brief moment, Your Honor. One brief moment, Your Honor. Resuming on page 48 of 2 November Alpha 1, do you see highlighted in the bottom, Mr. Howes, where is this, what does this message read?
It says, fuck you, you hang with them 9-2 inwards.
And was that to free JUJU?
Yeah, that was the underscore free juju from Slime Business Rod.
And is this January 19, 2019?
It is.
Now, scrolling down further, what is the response back from that account? Bless you.
That response from underscore free juju back to Slime Business Rod is, I know a couple and fuck you too inward.
And then Bless you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sorry.
Later on, what is this response that Slime Business Rod has to free JUJU?
Waiting for that block to go away.
Let's get this hiding floating controls. It should work.
His response is inward, fuck you, and they set. And that was sent from Slime Business Rod to _ free juju.
Scrolling down. Is this the What's Going One account that we had discussed previously, associated with Miss Hartsfield?
Yes.
What is this message between Slime Business Rod associated with Rodelius Ryan and Miss Hartsfield's account here?
So that is Rodelius Ryan sending a message to Miss Hartsfield that says, I don't fuck with you. You fuck with them. ABG in words. I can't get that over my head on Slime. ABG being Atlanta Blood Gang.
And going down further between those two accounts, what is this response below?
So the response from Ms. Hartsfield is, bruh, fuck them. And she has changed the C to an X. And she said, after that, she said, on my daddy, I'll cut them inwards off. The fuck, that ain't no problem.
And then going down a little bit further, what is the Instagram account associated with Slime Business Rod saying in response?
Slime Business Rod says to What's Going One, to Ms. Hartsfield, he says, I ain't tripping. You making videos with them throwing up 9-2. That's crazy.
And what does she say in response here right below?
Ain't no videos with no, it's going to be woodlums, but it's spelled with, it's going to be the 9-2 in the middle.
You object to this witness having a basis for testifying to what something means?
Well, overruled, I haven't heard him testify to what it means. He's just reading the word off the paper, so. Go ahead.
You may keep going, Mr. Howes.
It just says, ain't got no video with no woodlums, and the O's are replaced with 9-2.
Now, is there a response after that from What's Going On? What's this response here?
Ain't got no videos with no woodlums, what I just read.
My apologies. And then does What's Going On say ULIEN now?
Yes.
And then this next message, what does What's Going On state?
But on my mama, I'll cut them off, and most of them don't fuck with me because they said I'm slime. Again, the C is replaced with a K.
Going down to page 1073, what is Slime Business Rod's response to that?
His response is, that's crazy.
And going to page 1094, what is the date of this post and what's the message?
So the message is, the date is January 30th, 2019. The message is fuck you and ABG. And what you can see is that what was there was a reel that was shared, or this was in response to a reel. So I don't know what that reel is, but that's what it indicates. And a reel is a short video.
That can be posted on Instagram?
Yes. And so it was a response to what the contents of that short video. And it says, fuck you and ABG.
And is this same YVNGMONT, what's their response?
Young Mont responds, I know you a gangster.
And what's the response back from Slime Business Rod?
Slime Business Rod's response to I know you a gangster is when I catch your bitch ass.
And then what's the response back to that?
Young Mont response is, you know what they say, anybody get it. And that is the A, the B, and the G are capitalized. So see you when I see you.
Now, scrolling to this on highlighted in yellow, do you see this post from February 1st of 2019?
Yes.
Who's the author? Their vanity name handle?
The author is going to be Scarface with the C in both scar and face replaced with an X. And it says, Slat, this SB, what's up?
And then is there a video call event between that Scarface account and Slime Business Rod Instagram?
Yes, there is.
Going down a little further, do you see this free JU account again? What does this message state?
Message states, these the type of N-words y'all let be slime. And then there's several emojis that I don't know what they are.
And going down further between those two messages, and do you see how this message carries over? Does that happen sometimes in Instagram records? It carries over pages?
So it's going to be the time, February 2nd, 2019. It's y'all let these nights be 2-7.
Oh, I don't want to cut you off. Keep going.
And then the author was Slime Business Rod, and the recipients will be at the top of the next page.
What's the second letter of the alphabet?
B.
What's the seventh letter of the alphabet?
G.
And after that, between those recipients, that's highlighted, what does this free JU account state back?
It says, Free Juju responds, he not official, lil bruh. Said he be in 250 for real, though.
And what's the response back from Slime Business Rod?
The response is cap with the C replaced with the K.
Have you ever heard that term cap come up before in reading Instagram records?
Yes.
And what, not necessarily in this context, but what have you seen it been used as before in other cases you've reviewed?
Just referred to as a lie.
Scrolling down further, what is this message that's highlighted state from Slime Business Rod to that free JU account?
He states that shit lame because you know he don't want you. Because you know he don't what you want me to do. Kill, and then on my kill him.
And what's the date of this post or message, I should say, between these accounts?
The date is February 2nd of 2019.
Scrolling down a little bit further, do you see this SXAR_FAXE account and Slime Business Rod messaging again?
Yeah, I see him messaging with Scarface.
And when it shows, sometimes Instagram, when this gets sent, it can be emojis that aren't in the PDF but are somewhere else.
So if you're viewing this in the digital format, not the PDF style, and the index, you were looking at this conversation, you'd be able to see all of the reels that it was responding to and or emojis that were part of this conversation.
And going down a little bit further, what does Scarface say back to Slime Business Rod?
On February 16th, 2019 at 31 UTC. So this is actually going to be on February 15th, 2019. He says, I'm fucking with you, Slat. We locked in, little brother.
And then is there a number sent between them?
Yes, Scarface sends a number that is a telephone number that is 470-898-6444.
And have you ever seen HML come up in reviewing Instagram records and other investigations?
Yeah, I think it's a very common acronym. It stands for hit my line whenever you need me.
And then is the response back for sure?
The response from Slime Business Rod to hit my line whenever you need me is for show.
Scrolling down. Do you see this addicted and then to account?
Addicted to Aju?
Yes.
Yes.
What does this text read right here at February 16, 2019?
What I just said, I know you, but I don't know shit about you.
And does Slime Business Rod say, what do you want to know then?
Yes, he does.
And then what is the follow on from that account?
The follow-up, the author addicted to Aju says everything.
And going a little bit down further, what does Slime Business Rod account say back?
He says rock crew, ROC crew.
And after that, what does that account respond to the rock crew?
Addicted to Aju _ responds to the rock crew. That response is, that's your name or something?
And then how does he answer that?
Slime Business Rod's response to that is raised on Cleveland.
And is that February 16, 2019?
That was sent at, well, it's actually going to be February 15th, 2019, but it is denoted in UTC time as February 16th, 2019 at 01:50 and 12 seconds.
And then what is this text here between Slime Business Rod and that same account?
The text sent by Slime Business Rod to Addicted to Aju is Lil Rod.
Now, going down further, what is the date of this post from Snake Life _?
So on 2/26/2019 at 17 hours and 53:06 UTC, which is going to be about so it's going to be the date's 2/26/2019, and it says, say slime, Bali lock up for all that shit. And it was sent by Snake Life _.
Directly to Slime Business Rod?
Sent directly to Slime Business Rod.
And Bali was the nickname associated with Blaylock?
Yes.
Scrolling down a little further, do you see this message on the same date, February 26, 2019?
I do.
What does the vanity name DeAndre Smith say to Slime Business Rod?
It says, hit me up ASAP slat, ellipsis, and then ampersand, stay low.
And what is this additional message from that same account to Slime Business Rod?
DeAndre Smith to Slime Business Rod says 911.
And is there a response from Slime Business Rod?
Slime Business Rod says, that's crazy.
And a little later on, what does Snake Life _ say to Slime Business Rod?
Snake Life _ tells Slime Business Rod, the statement is, it's a warrant out for you, Slime.
Now, I also want to turn back to, we had discussed 3 November, Bravo. Was that some excerpts from Blaylock's Instagram that you have before you?
Yes.
I'm publishing page 276 or Instagram page 276 from that exhibit now. And is One King DO1 one of the handles associated with Blaylock?
Yes, that's it from his
I'm going to hide
Instagram.
this floating panel again. And what does it state?
Says, why the hell you didn't say you was slime when we was locked up?
And was that to an Instagram handle that starts with LILK?
I think it's Lil Cam paid for real.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The Instagram account is Lil Cam paid FR.
And what is the response or what is said here?
The response is, I didn't know you was slime. I just thought you was blood, slat.
And then going further, what does the Instagram handle associated with Blaylock respond back to that?
Blaylock responds, OG in that slime shit.
Now, going a little further, do you see this HOTSHYTIL right here in the highlighted?
So underscore hotshot Lil Junior says to One King to One, the text is A Bali.
And then scrolling down, does that Instagram handle associated with Blaylock ask who's this?
That is the response to A Bali.
And then what is the response back?
The response from underscore hot shit Lil Junior is the young N-word who stole the Mustang from CEP.
Going down a little bit further, does the Instagram handle associated with Blaylock say WP?
Yep, that's an acronym for what's poppin'.
And then what's the response here?
The response from underscore hot shit Lil Junior to the what's poppin' is Key trying to put me in slime, but he said I gotta get put in by you.
And then scrolling down a little bit more, what is the follow on to that message?
And then hot shit Lil Junior responds, continues that with, or go to 250.
Are you familiar with an address 250 Cleveland?
Yes.
Scrolling down a little bit further, what is the response from One King DO1?
He says, oh, you gon'
Maybe approach, please. You may.
So moving on from moving down a little bit further, Mr. Howes.
So let me ask you, are you retracting that?
Yeah,
last
yeah,
one?
yes, Your Honor. So I'm retracting that last question
Okay.
for in response.
All right, so whatever that page was, jurors just disregard that.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
So moving to, and I will pull this up for you. Mr. Howes, you should see on the screen here a message, it's PDF page 342. Highlighted in yellow. Do you see that? Starts with U, capital U. And I'm going to hide this panel for you.
So that is a message sent from that says "You slime" sent from Mr. Blaylock's account to an account known as Snake Life Maniac with the C replaced with an X.
And going down further, what's the response from that Snake Life Maniac account?
The Snake Life Maniac account responds, "Yeah, who is you?"
And what does the account associated with Blaylock respond?
On December 30th of 2018, the account responded, Mr. Blaylock's account responded, Lil Bali, I'm slime and murder.
And then going down a little bit further, is this, oh, all right, or something of that nature?
The response is, oh, I.
And then going down, what does One King DO1 associated with Blaylock state back?
He states, yeah, who stamped you in, slime?
And then what does Snake Life Maniac respond to that?
Snake Life Maniac's response is, who stamped? I never seen you on the Ave, exclamation point, question mark.
Going down a little bit further, and that's still between the account associated with Blaylock and this Snake Life Maniac.
Correct.
And is that a U text message? Just the letter U?
Yes, the letter is U.
And what does the account associated with Blaylock state back?
Blaylock states, I'm on Cleveland all the time and I stay on the Ave.
Scrolling down a little bit further, what does Blaylock state again?
Blaylock states, I'm big dog, ask about me. My name hold weight on snake.
And then what does Snake Life Maniac respond back?
The response from Snake Life Maniac is, oh, I don't be seeing you, buddy. I'm Maniac in all caps. C replaced with X. You can ask anybody on the Ave. My name hold weight too.
And what does Snake Life Maniac say again to the account associated with Blaylock?
Who stamped you? Who stamped you though?
And what does the account associated with Blaylock state back?
Pokey.
And when the account associated with Blaylock says Pokey, what does Snake Life Maniac respond with?
He been locked up for good 6-7 years. When you got stamped?
And then what does Snake Life Maniac respond back? Or state, not respond back, but state again or state next.
Snake Life Maniac states, gorilla stamped me.
And what does the account associated with Blaylock state back?
I was YL Rock Crew.
And does the Snake Life Maniac say, oh, all right?
It says, oh, I.
And a little later on, what does Snake Life Maniac state in response to that?
That response is, yeah, I never met the Young Rock Crew. I just know Big Eye and the rest.
And Does Blaylock state, oh, okay? And then what is this last message highlighted?
The last message highlighted is I be with twin in them.
So one brief moment, Your Honor. I'm going to go to page 447, PDF page 14. Do you see this highlighted in the middle here from the account associated with Blaylock 1 King DO1? What does that state?
The author is the Blaylock's account to Throwed Off 9-3. And it says, I stamped you in slime behind the blue house.
And is this posted January 3rd of 2019?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to scroll down a little bit further. Now, after you reviewed these Instagram records, were you initially focused on the time frame of shortly before February 23rd through that night or evening of the 23rd?
Yeah, my initial review of these records only dealt with the conversations between Hartfield and Mr. Ryan, Hartfield and Mr. Blaylock, Mr. Ryan's conversations with Mr. Blaylock, and then Hartfield's conversations with Mr. Mitchell on roughly that February 22nd, 2019 date through February 24th, 2019.
Now, did you ever come to learn of any messages in Bernard Mitchell's Instagram that were after the murder of Jamari Holmes?
Yes, I did. The defense attorneys asked me about some potential messages later.
And I want to is what's already admitted as State's Exhibit 4 November. I'm going to go to PDF page 1493 of that exhibit. It's going to come up for you on the screen here in just a moment. Do you see this PFK, DON, and 4L little joker?
Yeah, so this would have been a message sent from PFK Don to 4L.LilJoker. 4L.LilJoker is the account associated with Mr. Bernard Mitchell. And the message from PFK John to Mr. Mitchell is, how y'all let my little brother get killed?
And what does the account associated with Bernard Mitchell state in response to that?
Bernard Mitchell's response is, we didn't let him get killed. Them hoes Brazy B and Brazy B Mariah set us up. We shot back with a C replaced with an X.
Going down a little bit further, do you see there's an emoji sent and PFK DON states what happened?
PFK Don asked what happened. Yes.
And going down a little bit further, do you see what's highlighted in yellow? What does the Instagram account associated with Bernard Mitchell say in response?
Before I start reading, we scroll. Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Can you scroll over right more?
Yes.
So it says we was supposed to go just go chill and smoke, and we took to them the weed man house. We took them to the weed man house. Brazy went in the house first. Mariah was still in the car. Then Brazy came back and got Mariah, and we was waiting for them to come back. And then me, Mari, and Red was talking. Then we just heard shots. I tried to pull off. The tires was flat.
And what does he state after that?
He said, then we was shooting back.
Now, I want to go to one last video. That video from the Instagram records associated with Rodelius Ryan on 2 November Alpha. Give me 1 second. Now, do you see this target number highlighted on the screen here before you?
So I don't want to like cross words. I wouldn't call it a target number. That's an ID number that's generally going to be associated with like a video or a picture. The target number is looking for a specific account identification number.
Thank you for that clarification. Is the last four of this 65684 of this ID from a media post?
Yeah, so this is going to be a Instagram story video, and that's going to be the video ID number associated with it. You can see that video would have been posted 2/23/2019 at 22:11:45 UTC. So go back 5 hours, and that would be approximately 5 p.m. I think, if I did the math right.
5 p.m. on February 23rd.
2019, yes.
And was the CAD report we had referenced with you earlier at 4:36 in the morning that same day?
Yeah, so the 911 call for the murder came in just after 4:30 a.m.
Now, if I copy this thread ID, will I be able to see the video that was posted at that date and time?
Are you in the index, or what file is this?
I'm going to go to the video itself.
Yeah. So if you are you posting that copy and paste in the index?
Well, I will.
But yes, you should find it.
Now, I'm sharing this video with you now. And let me let this floating menu control fade away. What does the caption at the bottom state in this video before I play it?
The caption states young N-word shit with the baby emoji. And it says, bet YSL make the news. FaceTime, exclamation point, with the emoji of someone holding their hands in that manner.
And because it's difficult to see and zoom in here, can you do me one favor, Mr. Howes, and just look at the last?
Yeah, so that's the same video that was just displayed in the PDF records with the last 4 digits of the video ID being 5684.
Publishing this now.
So that video, based off the PDF, would have been posted 5 p.m. the same day of the homicide of Mr. Holmes.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, no further questions for Mr. Howes at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross. I'm just going to do, I believe, just share my screen. Yeah, that's right, if you're in the Zoom. All right, Mr. Hiles, good afternoon.
Good evening.
Getting there. All right, so you testified that you get involved with cases for a variety of reasons, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and some of those are to do investigations, correct?
correct.
And those can be times when it's follow-up to what was already done or something which wasn't done at all, is that correct?
Yes,
All right. And for this case, you received some records from the investigator. Is that accurate?
it is. By the time I started reviewing them, the records, all of these records had been obtained either by the lead investigator or from an investigator at my office.
Okay. So the lead investigator had gotten some, and someone in your office had gotten some. That's right?
That's correct.
Do you know whether the lead investigator ever reviewed the records?
I don't know.
When you were looking at the records, I think you said you were looking for the time frame. How long was it around the incident date?
So I just looked about a day before, the day of, and a day after. So more or less the February 22nd through February 24th.
Okay. So a lot of the conversations that we've been going through that you've read aloud here, those weren't ones that you were looking for when looking for the evidence of the murder, correct?
No, and that was not what I was. No, they weren't.
You weren't looking for conversations from 2018 as far back as earlier in 2019, right?
Not really. There was a couple of those conversations that we talked about that I'd come across, but I was mainly looking for communications between those 4 parties that we discussed earlier.
Okay. And some of the messages I think you referred to as stories. A story is a video which is posted, but it's not necessarily filmed live or at that time. Is that correct?
It can be or it cannot be. I can't tell whether or not it is or not.
So it could be something that if I film a
video right now, I can post it tomorrow as a story, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with what has been marked already as this is going to be defendants 4RR and 5RR. Mr. Jerome?
You may.
Mr. Howes, if you could take a look at exhibits 4RR and 5RR for me. And do you recognize those as excerpts from the records contained in states 3NN alpha? See the records from Mr. Blaylock?
Yes.
Okay. And is, excuse me, what we have on the screen, what you are looking at in front of you?
It is.
Okay. And the first highlighted message, could you tell me who was the person who sent that message?
The author is going to be Mr. Blaylock.
Okay. And what is the message that he's sending?
So he's sending a message to an Instagram account of Bottom Life Lil Tay. And the message says, "Look at this rat."
And the lower portion of that page, what is the second highlight from the bottom? The one that starts with 2607. What is that?
Okay, it's another message, and it says it's a message sent from Mr. Blaylock's account, and
It's some sort of media, photo or video, something like that, correct?
yes, it's media type. So if you look, if you see the where it says underneath it the ID.
Okay.
Like generally, if you would copy and paste that into like linked media, then oftentimes that's where you'd go find whatever media was attached to it.
And their, excuse me, their response to him sending that?
So are you talking about the response to the initial question of "Look at this rat"?
The response to the media sent.
The response to the media sent is a response from Bottom Life Lil Tay, and the response is crazy.
I'm going to direct you on to the next page. The top is 1414.
Okay.
And the highlighted conversation is the same Tay who is in the conversation we just looked at a part of this conversation on page 1414.
Yeah, so this is actually going to be more of a group chat. It's going to be Mr. Blaylock's account that will, and I don't know if it's the same Tay. The other Tay was Bottom Life Lil Tay. It could have changed. I'd have to look at the account ID number on to the right of where it says Tay to see if it's the same one. But then there's an additional the What's Going one, which is Mrs. Hartsfield. Oh, there it is. Bottom Life Loyalty is a part of that. And then One King Doe One, which is Mr. Blaylock, and then an Instagram account that I'm not familiar with, or vanity name.
And the first message on the page from What's Going On 1, you could read that one out. I mean, the second highlighted portion.
All right, the second highlight. So it is from the account to the group chat. It's the account of Ms. Hartsfield. It says, Mariah was explaining herself, talking about she ain't say nothing. And this was sent on February 4th of 2019.
So this is several weeks before the incident you were asked to look at, correct?
It's about, 19 days.
Okay. And the next line, Mariah 12. What did you take that to mean?
She's police.
I'm going to approach you with what is marked as defense 3RR. I'm gonna check the exact number. Approach you with a excerpt from 4NN. Take a look at it.
4NN. Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to sort of, for the images we had, zoom in and make them a little bit
Sure,
bigger. So they're-
that's fine.
Okay.
That should be a bit more clear. Mr. House, are these the messages you just read out loud for me?
They are.
Okay. And those are the messages contained in Defense Exhibit 3, correct?
No, they are the 5RR.
5R, thank you. All right, the second document that I handed you.
Are you?
That is an excerpt from the records from BJ Bernard Mitchell, correct?
Yes, they're.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I think I just referred to some of them on direct.
So they're just a printout of what you saw presented in the state's exhibit.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move to enter into evidence defense 5RR, 4RR, and 3RR.
All right, those are admitted.
Yeah. You had an opportunity to review the records from Miss Mariah Smith, is that correct?
So I didn't really go into those records. I cross-referenced the searches of conversations between the four parties we were talking about. And if I remember correctly, I didn't have anything during the relevant time frame. So I didn't I didn't go much into detail of hers.
When you say you didn't have anything in the relevant time frame, what do you mean? Were there any messages from her in the time frame around the incident?
I don't recall if there was any messages, but I think I don't remember any messages between her and the other parties that we've been discussing today.
Okay. But if she was sending any messages, you would be able to see those in her records, correct?
Oh yeah.
I'm going to approach you with what has been marked as defense 2RR. And are you able to recognize that document?
I do remember these. Yes.
And there would be an excerpt from the records from Miss Mariah Smith, which was entered into evidence as 6NN by the state.
I don't know all the exhibit numbers from the state. I don't.
Okay. Go ahead and.
But to your question, I do remember these specific messages from reviewing.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move to enter into evidence and number 2RR.
That's a part of 6NN, you said?
Yes.
All right, that's submitted.
And what I have got here on the screen, is that the same document that you are holding?
Yes, it is.
And these messages. Could you tell me when the first message on the page was sent, at what time?
The first text or like video call event, or what do you?
First event, I'll call it.
So it on 2/23/2019, there's a video call event at 15:30:52 UTC between which is going to be, I guess, about it's going to be 10 a.m. 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's a video call between 1T Trey and Bless Auntie.
Okay. And are one of those is Mariah Smith?
I believe Miss Mariah was 1T Trey. Or actually, I don't remember which one was Mariah.
Understood. If I were to get you the first page of those records, would you be able to identify who the record holder's name was? I'm sorry, I can't remember the name, the word you used.
The vanity name?
Yes.
I would. So if it helps, I was looking at the context and I can tell you who Mariah's.
I may have heard.
Okay. I figured it out. Yeah. It's Bless Auntie, that's her. So yes, to answer your question, for the records that you had up, the Instagram vanity name for Mariah is Bless, BLESS, Auntie, AUNTIE.
All right. So we've got that first message around 10 a.m.
Yeah, so at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, you have a video call event between 1T Trey and Bless Auntie. And then directly after that, on the February 23rd, 2019, at 10:31 a.m., there was a text sent from 1T Trey to Bless Auntie, and it just states what happened.
And what time is the last message on there, or the last event?
It is going to be 2:23, February 23rd, 2019 at 15:31:54. So that's going to be 10:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So these were interactions between two different accounts, Mariah and 1T Trey, as well as Mariah and an Instagram account that is bless_glam mommy. I mean, it was in a very short period of time.
All right, thank you. I want to go back briefly to the records from Bernard Mitchell,
Okay.
admitted into evidence as defense 3 RR.
Okay.
When was it that these records were brought to your attention? Roughly.
Beginning of this year?
Would it be at the last proceeding you testified in?
Yes.
Back in March?
Yes. So they were brought to my attention about a month or so before that.
Okay. To your knowledge, had anyone with the state's side of things seen those messages before?
Not to my knowledge.
To your knowledge, had anyone in law enforcement seen those messages?
Not to my knowledge.
But those messages were included in the original set of records which you obtained, correct?
That's correct.
So they were in there, you just hadn't looked at them.
Yes. I mean, it was thousands of pages.
Right.
And was asked for specific analysis, and that's what I provided.
You weren't the lead detective.
No, I wasn't.
So as far as locating evidence, you weren't the lead detective. You did not make the prosecuting decisions in this case, correct?
I did not.
But you were asked to collect evidence, correct? Search through the records.
I would say analyze evidence, not collect evidence.
And within your analysis, you found evidence that would support Tahira Hertzfield was part of this incident, whether it was a setup or not. She was part of it.
Agreed.
And also you found evidence that Miss Mariah Smith also was part of it.
I think Mariah was there. I don't know what her knowledge of the events were.
You don't know what her knowledge was, or there wasn't any?
I don't know what it was. I can't speak to hers, but I think from Tahiria's comments that she was a part of this conspiracy to kill Mr. Holmes.
Okay. And Mariah was with Tahir, correct?
Correct.
I don't think I have anything else for you, Mr. Hiles.
All right, are there other defense counsel with questions for this witness? All right. Okay. Thank you. Is there redirect?
Very briefly, Mr. Howell, on cross, you were asked about messages from Bernard Mitchell. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when you investigated this case, was Bernard Mitchell a victim? in the
He
case?
was.
Were the timeline you looked at from shortly before the murder at 4:36 a.m. to afterwards, were you focused on potential suspects?
I was trying to figure out what happened. Yes.
And the specific message at issue that Bernard Mitchell sent, he stated he shot back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so if you shoot back at someone, are you the first shooter?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Mr. Reeves, not going to do this. I'm unarmed, but if I were to shoot you right now and you fired back,
Objection,
Who-
relevant.
so in common language
Gonna
that you
allow it.
use, yes, Your Honor. So you may answer. If I shoot you with a water gun and then after I do that, you shoot me right back,
Correct.
how would you describe your shot to me?
I would say that I shot back at you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any
Very
Red Cross? Sure.
Do you know whether anyone has ever discussed those messages with Bernard Mitchell?
Oh, I don't know if anyone's talked about those messages with Bernard Mitchell.
Okay, that's all.
All right. I think that we are finished with you. Thank you for your time and finished for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to remind you that, of course, you are to consider only the evidence that's submitted inside of this courtroom. So, Mr. Hiles, you can go. You don't need to wait and listen to the instructions. I'm sure you want to get out of here. So don't use the internet, blogs, post, podcasts, social media, any other kind of source, electronic or otherwise, to get information about the case or about the law. Don't watch, read, listen to any accounts of the trial that might appear anywhere online, in print, television, radio, otherwise. This includes any kind of social media. Of course, don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Don't allow anybody to discuss it with you. And remember also that as you are in the courthouse, of course, and also as you're approaching and leaving the courthouse, to please wear your juror badges. Y'all have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you at 9. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
All right. I think tomorrow we'll have Detective Hogan and the ME, and then move on to whatever the next group of witnesses is going to be. Okay. Who? One of
That we've
them-
already been discussing with Mr. Lee.
I was trying to find out if the state was going to be calling.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Is there any other matter we need to take up this evening before we leave?
Not on behalf of the state, Your Honor, and I am still working on the other matter regarding the instruction and law. I have been working during this time with
other members of our
Okay,
office.
so you saw what I sent out through Ms. Pursfield. Okay. So obviously we'll need to do that maybe at lunch tomorrow. As soon as y'all got something, you can send it. Somebody had, I don't know who it was, but a computer that was making noise a couple of times, like the dings, when you get, I don't know what, an email or something. So just try to, everybody, please make sure your computer is on silent, or the volume or the alerts or whatever are off, the notifications. Yes, Mr. Sharp. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There we go. I don't know how many of my colleagues received this email, but I received an email from one of the prosecution team this afternoon, I believe, that has a bunch of folders for proposed exhibits involving the incidents alleged to involve Mr. Huey. I don't believe that we've, when we went through all the folders, I don't believe that we've litigated anything involving those. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention so you knew.
When are we getting to that?
I don't believe that we'll get to them tomorrow. These are items from Mr. Huey's phone dump.
Do you expect we're going to get to that this week or before we have our next non-jury day?
We can not get to it. In other words, we can put it off if we need to. I think at the earliest it would have been Friday, but it could have been next week.
So we're not scheduled to have another non-jury day until what, November 1st? Not the 1st, the 8th. And I just hate to waste the jury time. So.
And I'll confirm with the other team members whether these are items that were previously.
All right, y'all figure it out. But obviously, if it's going to take, more than like a lunchtime or two, we're going to need to wait until there's an on-jury day to do it. And I know Mr. Matthews filed a motion limiting about one particular piece of evidence. We can take that up at the same time.
Okay. There's probably going to be a few more that's going to come in connection with that. So Mr. Shard is correct.
That was a couple of days ago, that motion in limine. Okay. Well, y'all get together on it, do what you can, narrow it down, and keep me posted.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Last reminders in the morning, we'll need to take up the legally messages. I've not had a chance to review them today.
And how long do we think that's
The
going to
messages from Winnie Lee.
take? How long do you think we'll need for that?
I got about halfway through them and do have some objections. I'm going to.
Are we going to have enough other witnesses to carry us to the lunch hour
Yes.
before we reach
Yes.
Winnie Lee?
Yes. Yes.
Although
We can do that.
I really wish y'all would not take every one of my lunch hours. I was going to take one of my brethren for a birthday lunch tomorrow, but I guess I won't be doing that.
Your Honor, we can also talk about that with Ms. Abbasi and her co-counsel this evening. If
It
that
would be
may-
wonderful if y'all could sort it out and come to agreement and give me, 1 or 5 minutes worth of things to decide. All right, y'all please do whatever you can on that. And I guess I will see y'all at 8:45.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can I just also, I'll be filing and writing, there's a PowerPoint that we were provided by the state. It deals with investigator Viverito. It's 41 slides. I've made a specific objection to the slides that I believe should not come in. There's
Did
law in
anything
there.
like that, Operation Planners
Yes,
PowerPoint?
it's not as bad, but yes, there's law in there, is OCGA, it's her opinions that, Mr. Williams is a leader of a gang, Mr.
Okay,
Hughes
well,
an armed
get
robber.
together with somebody from the prosecution team to try to narrow that down to what is actually relevant and admissible, please.
And Your Honor, we're
I'll
going
put it in writing, and then this way they can, Mr. Body said he'll look at it.
All right,
Mr. Hughes is
wonderful.
going to be joining
Thank
that,
you.
Judge. Thank you.
And so we're just, think we'll get to Mr. Willie before lunchtime.
You do?
I want to make sure that's put in the ether, so no one's caught off guard.
Oh, gosh, I wish y'all would let me know these things before I would have said, jury, come back at 9:30 in the morning instead of 9. Maybe I can still get that message out to them.
Well, we'll arrange it so we'll just go out of order. We'll do that.
Okay. All right. All right, I'll see y'all at 8:45. Y'all try to sort out as much as you can before then. Thank you.